These videos are for educational purposes only. I'm not selling anything or promoting the sale of vape products on this channel. You must be of legal vaping age 18 to 21, depending on where you are in the world, to view this video. Sit back, relax, and I hope you enjoy the content.
How we doing, guys? Do I have my mic on this week? Yes, I do. How we doing? Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for joining. I know football's on tonight, so I do appreciate you coming and watching as well. So, definitely got the mic on. You can hear me, you can see me. That's perfect. Everything's working and ticking away as it should. Looking at two screens. So, who have we got in tonight? We have Alex and Vapes, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate you joining. We have Big Gem, thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Dion, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. And we have Mickey 3D, thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Mr. Intense, Andrew, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. Nick 420 the Kid, thanks for joining. I appreciate you guys. And I know there is more. I'm just looking at these participant parts in here. So if I haven't mentioned you or you're just lurking because football's on, just shout out in the comments and I'll give you a shout out if I've missed you out. So good evening, Alex. Good evening, Jem. Dion. Everybody, yes, it is really warm. It is above 30 degrees here. I've got an aircon going underneath here, so I hope you can't hear it through my mic. I've got a towel that's been in the freezer that I've just put around my neck to keep me cool. I haven't got anything to drink tonight alcohol-wise, guys, because I've been having trouble with my shoulder, making coils and stuff. So I'm on a bit of medication, so I'm not drinking any alcohol. But I do have my pink tumbler here that's just got some energy drink in there with lots of ice just to keep me going. But yeah, that's what I'm drinking on tonight, guys. So cheers. Shout out to the hashtag replay crew as well if you're watching the footy and you're watching the replay. Appreciate it. Cheers. That is more or less full of ice, that. Really warm. Let's have a look. Snowman, thanks for joining. Game of AP had a barbecue. Yeah, hopefully we're going to be having ours on Saturday. Savage62, how's it going, Simon? Thanks for joining. Not a problem, Savage. I thought so. To be fair, I wasn't expecting anybody to be in tonight because obviously football's on, but I do appreciate you guys. I know you're going to probably be dipping in and out watching the match and stuff, so I appreciate it nevertheless. But yeah, where are we? I hope I haven't missed anybody. So yeah, well, how's everybody's week been? What you guys vaping on? I've had a extremely busy week and I've just been behind on everything. I kept making coils and everything, and then I lose track of time as well. And it hasn't all been plain sailing as well. So, but yeah, I think it's the weather as well. Excuse me. Alex, it's about it's definitely over 30 degrees Celsius here. We about now, I don't know exactly what it is now. On my watch, it's saying my area is 30 degrees, but it has been above. So anybody that's in the UK obviously know that it hits slightly different in the UK than it does abroad. Where are we? Sav. Hi, Jem. How? Anyway, so like I say, been extremely busy week just with family and everything, trying to get things sorted for Faz's coils. I will mention I have pinned a message to the chat as well. I was on Telegram before, but I've been having issues with there, and it's shite. So I've moved over to WhatsApp. If you're already on the Telegram group, there's a link in there already for you to join the WhatsApp. But if not, click the one in the chat and that'll take you straight there and join. It's not just for buying coils. You'll see some behind the scenes stuff and everything and stuff that won't get posted on social media. So even if you're not buying coils straight away, just join the group and everything so you get to see what's going on as well. Where are we? Oh, was it? So about the same, Alex, same here, but I'm assuming it's a lot nicer in Belgium, 37 degrees than it is here in the UK. But yeah. Right, guys. So how's everybody else's week been? What you guys vaping on? I'll start off with my buffet. So still got last week's build, the Recoil R3 on the heavy hitter. Still running those triple core staggered fuse Claptons that I built on last week's stream. Still going strong. Flavor's gorgeous. In that I have, let me get that up. So in this one I do have this Dr. Pepper. It's sort of like supposed to be like a Dr. Pepper, but it's more like an aniseed cherry cola. But it's warm. It's got a bit of ice in it, but not too much. It's nice where it is. You know, it's just like a hint of ice in that. So that's been really refreshing to vape, seeing as that I'm a dessert vapor most of the time. So yeah, that's in that one. So I am running the Turnstone, not the Turnstone, the Emperor RTA from Early Bird. That's got the same juice in, so that's why I'm showing this one next. I've got an oval stags from the wire that was left over last week's stream. I put an oval one in there. I think I do have some pictures of it. So if you're in the old Telegram group, you would have seen this, but this is what I've got in here. So it's basically 2 3mm rods side by side and then wrapped like that. So I do have another one of them. And that's sort of a side view of it. So it's not a perfect coil, it's just something I thought I'd try, an oval coil, just like that. So that's what's in this Turnstone. Making sure everything's going all right and I'm not knocking anything off. There we are. So that's in the Turnstone there. And I've got that on the iJoy Zenith triple 18650 potentiometer. Appreciate that, Dion. Like I said, I thought I'd mess about. It has been done before. I'm not saying that I've invented this oval coil or anything. It has been done before, so that's why I tried with the remainder wire of last week's build, because if I have any remainder wire, it doesn't get wasted. It goes in something, whether it's a single coil or dual coil, or something just experimental like I did with that. But it's been performing really great. The flavor's good. I'm happy with it. And the Emperor RTA is a really good RTA. Early Bird, all their products are really good. I do have a Turnstone RDA. I'm not much of a Borrow user, but they do have a Borrow and stuff like that, and a RDL and MTL tank, the Sparrow. Really nice, actually, with that one. Trying to make sure I don't miss any chat. Thanks, Alex. I appreciate that. Mickey 3D, Tayfun GT4, nice. Danny Mini, Ice Fruity Liquid, yeah, quite warm. Well, my ADV are dessert juices, and I've been vaping more fruity juices in this hot weather than I would normally do. Shrek, hey up, Cocker, how we doing? Yeah, I know there's football on. I think we're all melting. I'm the same. I've got air conditioning going on, towel that's been in the freezer and stuff like that, and a big tub of energy drink with loads of ice. Yeah, we need guttering, us big people. So yeah, so also I've been using my Pulse AIO Borrow. In here I do have sort of like a Borrow or RDL Alien in this one. I do have a picture that I'll show you, which is that one. That's what I've got in this one right now. Triple 30 gauge cores wrapped in 40 gauge alien wrap, 3mm 5 wrap. So that's what's in this one. And all these coils that I've shown you, obviously I've made them and built them myself as well. So that's in that one. And then this one, it does have a dessert juice in there, which is this one, which is a white chocolate and raspberry donut juice from Dark Star, and that's very tasty. I've run different juices through this coil since it's been in there, and it's been very tasty. So look out as well on the WhatsApp group channel, because anything that I release will get released on there before it hits social media as well. So some RDL or Borrow coils will come to the menu. Jeb, I'm not a Union supporter. Yeah, Shrek, I'm not really much of a football fan. Hang on a minute, that went down. You've been to hospital, did you say, Shrek? I hope everything's all right, my brother. To hydrate, yeah. Don't forget to hydrate, yeah. Pink pot, yeah. Loads of ice in that. Do you close your eyes writing it as well? Right. So that's my buffet, guys, really. So the coil that I want to make today is a coil that I haven't actually made, not this variant anyway. It's a variant that I've been wanting to make for ages now, but I haven't had the gauge wire to do it. I should have said I needed a certain gauge wire to do a decore off. Excuse me. So let me just get that warning off now that we're all legal with blasted YouTube. So there we are. So the variant. So I want to do a series build. Now I can't remember if I've done a series build or when was the last time I did a series build on a live, but I like normally if I did a series build, I'd do a dual core fused Clapton with 28 gauge cores and 38 or 40 gauge wrapped on the outside, which is nice. It's a good coil and everything. There's nothing problem with it, but I've wanted always to do an alien. Now, to do an alien with a 2-core 28 gauge, you've got to do your decore off a 30 gauge wire, which I haven't had, but I've had to get since I've started doing MTL coils and stuff like that. So that's what we're going to attempt today, a dual core alien with 28 gauge cores and 38 gauge wrapped around that. So because there's a wire obviously taken away as well, there's a bit of math into it. So if you're doing a normal 3-core alien, you just do your decore off the same gauge wire that you're using. When you start adding wire or taking away wire, you have to do your decore off a different size wire. So when you're taking away a wire, you need to do it on a thinner wire or 2 gauges up from that. So I've got 30 gauge now, so I can do my decore off a 30 gauge because I'm doing a 2-core alien. Hope I'm not losing you with the math or complicating you, but it's the same if you're adding a wire. So if you're adding a wire and doing a 4-core alien, you've got to do your decore off a slightly thicker wire to obviously accommodate wrapping around those wires as well. But even though I've been busy and unprepared, I have done a bit of preparation just to fall back on if stuff messes up. But yeah, let's get on with the build. Let me just have a quick look at the chat. Oh, sure, I've had problems with my shoulder, hence why I'm not drinking alcohol, because I'm on some meds and some painkillers. But yeah, I've been having sort of like builder's arm. It's been happening like that. Not a problem, Shrek. Just do what you're doing, my brother. I appreciate you dropping in anyway. Physically over 18, but mentally a different story. So yeah, see you in a bit, Shrek. I appreciate you dropping in, my brother. So let me swizzle you around, get you into place and show you what I'm building on. Obviously, I think I've featured this RDA before, but as a buffet, and I don't think I've built on it. So if I have, I apologize, but it's my favorite sort of like back in the day setup for having a series build. So let's get going. So I'm just going to do that, swivel you around like that, put you up like that. So hoping that's good. Get that shine. Tim MZ, thanks for joining, my brother. Tim, it's raining there. Is it still warm though where you are, or is it just cold raining? Because it's absolutely boiling here. Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So I've even had this out and even cleaned it up, polished it up a bit. But yeah, the OG Twisted Messes. Now this is, I can't remember now. I'm sure this is an authentic, but big chuff cap on there. It does come with adapters. Comes with a metal chuff cap, an adapter for a 510 drip tip as well. You can do single or dual coil with it. 22mm. There we are. Still a good RDA, the OG Twisted Messes. But like I say, I have had it out today and I've given it a good clean and a bit of a polish up. Nice protruding 510 just there. So let me just... So this is, even though this accommodates a 4-post design, about 14 cents, so not too bad then, I suppose. So this was a 4-post design, old school sort of design. The only difference with this, which is different to RDAs you get here, these are the RDAs that always had the hollow posts. So if you're doing a round wire build or a thin gauge exotic build in these, you could stack the leads because they were hollow. They didn't have a flat space at the bottom just there that it hits. But yeah, Alex, yeah, 14 would be good at the moment. It's absolutely boiling. But yeah, try post design, but with 4 post holes, negative milled into the deck, center block there, T-post design, and I think that's a peak insulator. I'm sure that is. When they started moving over to a slightly stronger insulator, because back in the day they used to just use a really hard plastic. So yeah, that's a peak insulator in there. But yeah, it has been used. It's one of my favorite RDAs, or old school RDAs, or retro RDAs, and I still vape them today. It's really nice. So I'm going to do a series build, 28 gauge Alien, 2-core Alien. So about 3mm, round about the 8 or 9 wrap mark, just to get us over that 0.3 band for dual coil to run on series. But yeah, that's the deck. That is the top cap, just there, and you release this part here to adjust your airflow like that. So what you do on one side is the same on the other side, unless you're running it in single coil mode, which I have done. Then one side is open and the other side is blocked off. Oh, well, it should be, sorry. So when you block the single coil off, it's off at the other side, just there. The only thing I didn't like about this RDA back in the day is this top bit. Unless you tightened it really, really down, it did used to come apart. But yeah, see, like that, and it was, see, that was loose even though I cranked down on that. So there we are. So big nice chuff cap in there. So if you were doing your low builds, it was nice and airy. Post, are you prefer postless decks? But yeah, this is old school. This is back in the day stuff, hence why I'm a retro vape channel. But yeah, that's what we used to deal with. Like I say, these post holes are hollow all the way down. So if you were using round wire, you had to be very, very careful because it just snip your leads and then you'd have to put your build in again. So with all these postless decks, and the Velocity style deck when it came out had those blocks where the screw used to hit them. They weren't hollow. So yeah, that's what we're building on. And I'll show you as well what I'm going to be putting it on a little bit later. But yeah, let's get on with the build. So let me get you out here like that. There we are. So if you've watched me before, I'm not going to go through everything that I'm using. If you've got any questions, just ask me, but I will just briefly tell you what I'm using. And we'll go from there. So as you can see, I do have a bit of preparation here. That's the 30 gauge piece of wire that I'm going to be doing my D-core off. I've got a spare D-core just there, just in case I mess up the first one on this live. Anything can happen. But normally when I do a spare one, the build goes well. But famous last words, eh? But yeah, so I'm going to be using this piece of wire to do my D-core off. I want roughly about 40 centimeters of D-core wire. Come on, Henry, don't you dare start messing around, jumping in and out. So anyway, there we are. So I need about 40 centimeters of D-core. I'm roughly going to be needing about 24, 25 millimeter piece chopped in half. Should give me the 2 coils that I need. But I like to, you need to have extra D-core than what your final wire is. Roughly about another half, but as long as you're over that mark, you should be good. But I always like to have extra anyway. But yeah, let's get set up. So I've got my little table here that I use to put my drill on. You notice that my drill is different. It is, yeah, but if you've got a normal cordless drill, just use that. I'm just using this because this is what I've got. I've got a flat chuck here, so if you've got a normal drill chuck that you're using and you're doing multi-core builds, just bend your legs and feed it into each jaw of the chuck. But I'm using a flat chuck, which keeps all my cores flat and together. But not everybody has one of them. So, like I say, if you haven't, that's fine. Just use the jaws in your chuck to grab your wire and keep it center. So, that's there. Magnifiers, because my eyes are great and it is thin wire. These are my swivels. Just use good swivels. That's the only advice I'll give you. I've got 3 swivels hooked up. Use more than 1 swivel, so if one fails, it's got some to fall back on. And that's just attached to a vise and everything just there. So there we are. So these will help. These little goggles will help me just to see close. So let me just grab a few things. So I'm using 28 gauge cores, but Alien Wrap, I'm doing it with 38 gauge NI80. from Stealth Vape. So like I say, because I am doing a 2-core alien, not standard 3-core. So if I was doing a 3-core, I'd do my D-core off any gauge wire that you decide to use. Come on, Henry, don't start messing around. So if you're doing a 3-core alien with 26 gauge wire, or 24 gauge wire, or even 22 gauge wire, or 30 gauge wire, if you're doing your standard 3-core, 3 wires, you do your D-core off the same wire. When you add a wire, you need to do your D-core off a thicker wire. So say like I'm doing 28 gauge alien, and I'm adding a wire. I want to do my D-core for thicker wire, so 2 gauges down. So I do my D-core for a piece of 26 gauge. So when you add a wire, you go down 2 gauges. When you take away a wire, you go up 2 gauges. So you only ever have to go up 2 gauges, because then it just turns into a normal Clapton wire. But yeah, that's how it works. So I hope I haven't confused you there. It can be. I mean, back in the day, you did struggle if you were using round wire and stuff like that, Alex. But yeah, I think because when I started my journey 13, 14 years ago, obviously we developed a way we know the sound and the field point of before it's going to snap. So, piece of 30 gauge wire is what I'm going to do my D-core off. So, nice piece of 30 gauge wire here with an L in there, just like that, just so it sticks out of the end of my chuck. So it's just easier as well for me to mount my wire on as well that I'm wrapping and doing my alien. So let me get this set up. I'll get you in close when I need to get close, but I'll tell you what I'm doing as I'm doing it. So this chuck does have a center point where the wire will sit center. So I'm just going to lock that in there. Make sure that's nice and tight, which it is. And then the other end I'm just going to tie to my swivel. I'll just turn you like that so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm just threading the end through my swivel, bending the wire around, and then just wrapping it round just to lock it in like that. And then I'm going to pull tight, not too tight, but you don't obviously want it flopping about when you're doing your D-core wire, but you don't want it too tight. You want a bit of resistance in there, just like that. That's perfect. Let me bring you back here. Let me just make sure that I'm staying with chat as well. I don't want to miss any chat. Gaming Vapor. Yeah, no doubt, Gaming Vapor. No doubt, yeah. That's nice, Gaming Vapor, yeah. It's always good to look after your parents, the special and everything. That's nice, my brother. So as you can see just there, I do have a piece just sticking out. You can just see that is just a piece of cord there. I do have a bit just sticking out just there, that first white piece just there. So I'm using 38 gauge. Now, when you're doing your D-core for aliens, you want to do your wrap the opposite way to what you're comfortable with. So I like to wrap over the top. Okay, so you need to wrap your D-core from underneath, so the opposite way. So the reason why I don't say clockwise and anti-clockwise, because depending on which side you got your drill, it's the opposite way round. So I don't use that because you could put your drill on your left-hand side if you're right-handed. I'm left-handed, and that's my dominant hand, so I feed with my left hand. So, like I say, I'm comfortable wrapping over the top, so I want to do my D-core wrap from underneath my D-core on my wire. If you're opposite, if you're comfortable wrapping from underneath, do your D-core over the top. So your wrap for your D-core has to be the opposite way round to what you're comfortable wrapping to do an alien. Now, I know that sounds complicated, but once you know the process, it's easy. It just comes to you. You just have to wrap the opposite. You have to do your D-core for your aliens. Doesn't matter whether it's a 3-core, 4-core, 2-core. You still have to wrap your alien or your D-core the opposite way around to what you feel comfortable doing a normal coil, say like a Clapton or something. So play around with it. Like I say, I like to wrap over the top, so I'm going to do it from underneath. So I will get you in close, show you what I'm doing close up to begin with. Once I get going, I will just zoom out and carry on with what I'm doing. So I'm just going to manual focus this so you can see the wire a lot better. There we are. So you can see the wire a lot better. And we're back, guys. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Right, guys, am I back? Can you see me? Sorry about that. My phone was too hot and then decided to shut itself and disable itself for a bit. Why does that keep happening to my chat on screen when I go out the app? It goes like I am blind with the size of the thingy. Sorry for that, guys. If it happens again and my phone switches off, but the chat is still live, just wait and I'll get back on as soon as I can. But that was because I use my phone to use as my camera, and because it's really warm, it decided to shut down, too hot. So I appreciate you. There we are. So let's get back to what I were doing before. Focus all the jumping and stuff. There we are. There we are. So you can see the wire now. So thanks, guys, for... I couldn't even do anything. Mr. Intense, I could not do anything. I have an iPhone, and if it gets too hot, it just comes up with a sign on the screen, phone too hot, and you can't do anything. You've got to wait until the phone cools down before it starts activating again. So hopefully, yeah, we shouldn't have no issues now, all being well. Let's have a quick drink. That I'm already out of now. Alright, anyway. Let's have a toot on this. Poor phone. Flipping out. Poor phone. Flipping out. It should be able to stand this much heat. What about phones in hot flipping countries? How do they survive? Do they turn off every 2 seconds? There we are. Right, anyway, as I was saying, so now I'm going to do my D-core, wrap the opposite way around to what you feel comfortable wrapping, so forth and so forth. If you have any questions, just ask. And I'll go through it again. But yeah, opposite way around, piece of 30 gauge. Smaller piece, doing my D-core off because I'm doing a 2-core Alien 28 gauge, so I need to do my D-core off a smaller wire. So I'm just going to anchor that down in there like that, rest my wire, sort of 90-degree angle, or maybe just slightly tilting towards the drill. Make sure your drill is in the right direction. I want it in the opposite way round. Want it the opposite way around, which is that way, and then just let it go. Now this is the only time of the build that if you mess up or go back on yourself, you can correct it. Once you start doing your alien bit, you can't correct it. You're just going to have to carry on and hope for the best. But yeah, 38 gauge wire, doing a D-core off a piece of 30 gauge. So basically what you're doing now, you're basically doing how you would do like a normal Clapton wire. I'm not holding my spool too tight. Because obviously I want that D-core to move off this core wire. So even if you do hold it too tight and you can't move it, you can just hold one end and spin the drill in the opposite way around, and that will loosen it up. So once I get off camera, guys, I'm going to zoom you out and just carry on. You basically get the gist of what I'm doing here. So I'm basically doing a Clapton and then taking the Clapton part off the core wire. So there we are off camera. Let me grab wrong ones. Let me grab some pliers just to rest my wire in, just like that. So now I'm just going to zoom you guys out and you can watch me do the rest of the wire. Like that. So I want to do just slightly over 40 centimeters. Slightly over 40 centimeters, because you will get a little bit of spring back as well once you cut the wire. So it's not too bad. I'm just checking my lens, guys, that I've got in here, just so I can see what I'm doing, making sure those wraps are consistent and stuff like that. So like I say, more or less 90 degree or just slightly tilted towards the drill, just to make sure that those wraps are nice and tight. And like I say, if you make a mistake or go back on yourself, just reverse, take it off and correct it. It's the only time of an alien that you can go back on yourself and correct it. So I know this is just a live and I'm showing you, but when I'm doing coils, obviously to sell, I need to invest in a faster drill than this just to do my decors, because time is money. That is true, Mr. Intense. The Nokias were indestructible. I think somebody found one that was like 20 years old and it had only had one battery bar down. Batteries were ace on them. There's all the crap in these phones now that needs to be cooled down and stuff like that. So like I say, just don't hold your spool too tight. You just want it nice and slack. Keeping an eye on your wraps, making sure they're nice and consistent and together. And like I say, I want to run roughly about 40 centimeters of decor. I will just go slightly over, do like 41 or 42, because like I say, once I cut it, once I've finished, it will spring back just slightly. So all of you guys, I appreciate you that are here. I'm not much of a football guy, I'm more of a rugby guy, but when it's stuff like the World Cup and stuff, I do watch it. On its fold on live night, so I'm sure people in chat will let me know what's going on. If you guys are watching it or dual watching. So I know I haven't got enough there, but I'm just going to quickly measure how much I've got there. So I've roughly got 30 centimeters, so I need about another 11-12 centimeters of decor. Now if you get certain parts, like I think here, the spacing isn't bang on, there might be a slight not perfect, don't worry, because that'll come out in the stretch anyway when your wire's feeding up to your core wires. So obviously with me making coils as well, I have developed a little knack with doing the no stretch method. Now it hasn't been working each time, but most of the time it has been working, the no stretch method. So that's what I'm going to be doing now, because normally I stretch it or cut my decor in half and stretch 2 pieces of wire, but I'm going to do it today because obviously I've got a spare piece to fall back on. I'm just going to do the non-stretch method, but take my time. So I'm just going to stop it there again and give it another measure just to see how much decor I've got there. Like I say, I'm looking for about 41, 42-ish, because I've got a little bit of spring back when I cut it. So I need more, need about another 4 centimeters of wire. But like I did before, I'll just stop and I'll check once I do a bit of wire. It's always good to have extra wire than what you need as well, but there's also waste as well. I try not to waste too much wire, or if I do have wire left over, it's used as scrap wire. So let me just put that there. So about there is where I need it, just there is fine. So all I'm going to do now is cut that. I'm going to cut it flush. I don't need to leave a tail on it because I'm not doing the stretch. So I'm just going to cut it, and it has recoiled back just a little bit, hence why you just do just slightly more, just to take into consideration that bit of recoil that you get back. So now when I measure it, it won't be over, like it won't be as much as it was before I cut it, which is round about right. I've got about 41. So before I cut it, I had about 42.5, and now I've just got over 41 centimeters of decor. So Here I'm just going to cut at this end, leave a tail on it, just to free it from that piece there that I secured it to. So let me get you in close so you can see this. So let me just get you a bit up here so you can more or less see what I'm talking about. Come on, Henry. So what I want to do is, if I just pull that, you see how that decor just slides? See how it just moves? That's how you want it. So that will just slide off the decor very easy. Now if you're holding your spool too tight, that is not a problem. Leave this part secure for now, and then on the opposite end, so like on the opposite end here, so where the decor finishes, round about here where it has, just hold on to it, flip your drill into the opposite direction, spin it for about 2-3 seconds, and it should just loosen that wire up just so it moves. So it's not too much of a problem if you do hold it too tight and it doesn't move off the cord, just do what I've just said. But yeah, that's just simple. That moves. That's perfect. Just the way I want it. Come on, Henry. So all I'm going to do now is chop this end like that. And then very, very carefully grab your decor right at the end. You don't want to do it here or here or here. Right at the end. And then just carefully slide it off. Like that. And there you have your decor. Just there. Or I've got two because I've got one to fall back on. And then you don't technically need this wire anymore. It's not going to get wasted. It will get used for something. Because I don't waste the wire, it always gets used for something, another build or something like that. So I will just pop that here, just here in the background there. That's perfect. So that is basically your decor all made. Right, come on, Henry. I have got this. Yeah, that's right. So that's the decor all set up, sorted. Don't need this wire anymore. So I'm going to put that there. So I'm going to grab some 28 gauge because this is what I'm wanting, 28 gauge for my two cores. So I'm going to pull off two pieces and stretch it. NI80 is a nice soft wire, so you can just give it a little tug on the spool and it'll straighten it out. So what I want is roughly just over two pieces of wire, just over about 30 centimeters, so maybe 31, 32 centimeters. I like to have extra for obviously chuck and stuff, and then obviously bending wire and securing it to the swivel, because you will lose a bit of wire in the chuck and then obviously what you secure onto your swivel. And I always like to have extra than not have enough and wish I'd cut more. So with this 28 gauge, I'm just going to grab it. I've got these pliers that I'm using that I've got no teeth on the pliers. So I'm just going to roughly measure about 32. Give it a little tug like that. So you don't need to pull it too tight. You just, once you feel a little resistance from the wire, you feel it stretch a bit, stop. You don't want to stretch it too much because then you end up being a thinner wire of what it was. So just a little tug and that will give you a nice straight piece of wire. You can also do it in your chuck if you want to. Just feed it into your chuck and spin it for a couple of seconds, holding it with a piece of pliers on that side, and that will also stretch it as well. So just roughly measure that again. So it doesn't need to be bang on, like I say. I'm cutting extra wire just for that reason, chuck and whatnot. Let me just keep an eye on chat. Has the sound gone? Yeah, that's good. Just like I say, just refresh if possible. So I do hope you can hear me and everything. So that's my 2 cores of 28 gauge. Perfect. So going to grab my 2 cores like that, put them side by side. So I've got a flat chuck, like I said, just here, where it'll keep my wires sitting flat and next to each other, like that. If you haven't got a flat chuck, which not many people do have flat chucks, just bend the wire in different directions and then feed it into the jaws of your drill. So very carefully, I'm just going to make this level like that, just to put in the chuck. So I just want to be putting these on either side of that center point for it to just sit nicely. I want to put plenty of wire in there because just beyond this tip point there's teeth which will clamp down obviously onto the wire as well. I want to keep it as center as I can, which is about there. And then I want to just tighten that down and lock it in to make sure they are secure. Run my finger down just to make sure that the wires are next to each other to the end like this. Got a bit of crisscross in there, just going to undo that. Bring your swivel in. So like I say, this is why I like to have extra wire, because this wire is going to get bent and wrapped around the eye of the swivel. So like I say, I like to have extra just to make sure everything's nice and secure. And if I can get this piece out of the way. So making sure that the wires are nice and flat next to each other, and then just pop that round like that, and that'll secure that wire in place like that. Pull your wire nice and taut. Now you don't want it too tight, but you want it as, that didn't make sense. I was going to say as tight as possible, but you want it nice and tight but with a little bit of resistance in there. You want to make sure obviously that your swivels spin as well, which they do. I'm just running my finger down just to make sure it's all nice and parallel. To help me, it just helps me, I'm going to use a key ring just to keep them nice and flat for doing that alien wire. If you haven't got a key ring, you can use a paper clip, snap hair clip, piece of Lego, stuff like that. So all this is going to do is, while I'm aliening the wire, it doesn't go out of shape in any way. So let me just, a bit sweaty, so I'm just going to wipe my brow and everything. Yeah, very hot. Wow. Right, make sure, yeah, that's still on and everything. Right. Give that a wipe. So now that my wires are all set up, like that, I will get you in close. I'll get you in as close as I can, without you intruding on what I need to do and what I need to see off camera, what you're seeing. But yeah. You got plenty clothes on, Tim. Don't worry. It's what we do in the UK. We like to complain. If it's completely cold and raining tomorrow, we'll be complaining that it's cold and raining. So let me see if I can get this nice and clear for you. Oh, there we are. Where are we? So about there is where I need you to be. You can see there. So the keyring is just here as a precaution for me for it to go well, basically. You still like the cooler weather, Tim? Let's have a quick vape. So, like I say, I'm going to do the no stretch method, but I'm obviously going to take my time. If I'm doing a slightly thicker wire, I do hold it away from me. I do hold it away from me like that. But because I'm using just a slightly thinner wire and everything, I'm just going to hold it here like I would normally. But I'm not going to pre-stretch it like I would normally. I'm just going to do the non-stretch method and do it with my pinch of my hand. So let me just get there. So you'll be able to see my hand as well, what I'm doing. So to set this up, obviously I'm going to grab my decal. Excuse me. Nice. Right, so I don't need them. I just picked them up wrong. So going to grab my decal, the end that's got the tail, and not the end that hasn't got the tail that I didn't cut off just there. So all I'm going to do here at this end with the tail is I'm just going to pre-stretch it slightly like that. That's all I'm going to do, is I'm just going to pre-stretch it just like that. Yeah, I'm currently running an R3 as well from last week. So I'm just going to split those wires and feed that wire in the center there and just pull it through slightly like that. And then I'm just going to use my keyring to jam it up there like that. So as you can see, I haven't stretched it one bit. So this is either going to go well for me or mess up for me. So hence why I've got a backup. And if I do mess up this one royally and I can't get my coils out that I want out of it, I will be doing it stretched on the next one. So as you can see, no stretch method. I haven't pre-stretched it like I would do normally. I'd normally get out my seat, clamp it down and pre-stretch it and stuff like that. But I'm not going to do it this way because I've been doing it the non-stretch method, and probably 80% of the time it has gone to plan, but this is a live as well, so it isn't always going to go to plan. So I'm just going to make sure that my drill is in the right direction, which it is, which is opposite. I had my drill going in the opposite direction when I did my decal. I like to wrap over the top. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to still pinch with my thumb and index finger, and I'm just going to give it a little pull like that and then get going. So here I'm just establishing how much I need to pinch. or how much I need to hold this D-core at. Giving a slight lean towards the swivels, and then just keep your pinch the same and just let the D-core slide through your fingers. It is very easy to go wrong, so I am going to take my time. But once you get your tension and your pinch right, you just got to keep it that way. So we'll go a little bit faster, but not too much. Like I say, I want this to go well. So at this stage, if you mess up, you can't reverse. You've got to carry on and hope for the best. So like I say, I'm just going to take my time, move my keyring up a bit at a time, and then carry on. Make sure I've got a good angle going and tension, and then just carry on. So sorry if I can't see what's going on in chat, guys. I just want to concentrate on this. And then once I stop there, I'll just move my keyring up a little bit. Let's see if I can see what's going on. I'm just going to move my hand just slightly, keeping my tension on my unstretched bit. Make sure I've got the right angle, and then just slowly carry on. Keeping the tension nice in my fingers, just letting that feed up through my fingers, and we should be good. Now off camera I'll probably be able to go just slightly faster than what I'm doing, but I'm not going to, because I don't want to mess up the build on camera. But we'll see how it goes. Though they seem to be wrapping nice so far. And then once I get near my keyring, I'll just move it up slightly, a little bit. Just move my hand over just slightly. I'm just going to do a couple of slow wraps just to get it going. And then just try not to mess up. So like I say, I'm sorry I can't see the comments, guys. So there we are, and then I'm just going to move my keyring up, adjust my hand a bit, get a few wraps going again. And then again, just move my keyring over, get started again. And just keep that lean going and that tension going between your fingers. And just keep it going. nice and steady. Just like that. So move up a bit. Get that first wrap situated and going. And again, just put that wire up. Try and keep that tension on that wire. Get that first wrap going. And then once you get that going, keep that tension the same. And then move over a bit. Now my fingers are hurting a bit. Keyring 101. So just going to adjust my hand a bit, and then get that first wrap situated, and then carry on. Keeping that tension the same. There we are, and move over. If I don't get a chance to move my camera, guys, you're going to just have to bear with me, I'm sorry. And again, just move up. And again, get that wrap situated. But you get the gist of what I'm doing here. So I'm sorry if I don't get a chance to move the camera, because I want to keep this tension still steady on this wire. I just want to keep the tension because it's feeding nicely through my fingers, and I don't want to change that tension. So first one, just get slow just to get it going. Now I am getting impatient a bit, so I hope I don't mess up because I'm getting impatient. Yeah, just keep moving your keyring above. Get that first wrap situated and going, and you should be good. Now it will get to a point where you can't feel your fingers, and you just got to hope for the best. I'm getting there. I can start feeling my fingers feeling a bit numb, so I'm just hope that I can keep that tension. So I'll get that first wrap situated and then get going again. And again, so like I say, I haven't been able to make this variant of Alien as what I would do like a series build, because I didn't have 30 gauge. So if I was doing 28 gauge, it would have had to be a fused Clapton. So because I need 30 gauge, obviously for my coils and my business and stuff, I'm able to do an Alien variant of this coil, which should make that experience just a whole lot better when it comes to vaping it. So adjust my hand again, get those first wraps situated, and get going. And try and take your time. If you're new to doing it, just take your time. There is no rush. If you need to do it slow, then do it slow. That's completely all right. I've got it feeding good so far. I'm just going to adjust my angle of my hand just a little bit. So this is all a bit chewed up on this side. I know that you can't see it, but it is a bit chewed up on this side. So the keyring will help. Just keep everything straight for the wire to feed up to those cores. So I know you can't see it, guys, but so far so good. And hopefully it'll stay smooth throughout. And again, I'm just moving my keyring across just slightly. And I know, guys, I would normally move the camera so you can see what I'm doing, but I want to keep this tension the same. I don't want to let go of this wire because, like I said, I'm not doing the no stretch method. I'm not doing the stretch method, sorry, I'm doing the non-stretch method. And once you get that tension on your wire feeding up to your coil, you need to keep it there. And I don't want to risk messing up this build. But like I say, so far so good. So I need roughly about, I'd say about 25 centimeters of wire to get the two coils that I want. Like I say, so far so good. Let me get going again. Perfect. There we are. So not too bad, not too bad. So I am getting to the end of my wire now. So should be good soon, guys. Like I say, I just want to keep the tension perfect on this tail. That's why I haven't moved the camera over, but I am still here. I still appreciate all of you that are still watching. I just don't want to let go of this decor. So I am getting nearly to the end now. So not long, guys, and then I can show you the final. So there we are, more or less. So I have stopped, guys. I really appreciate it. So let me just have a quick... Yeah, I've got enough wire there. So let me just bring you all across. I haven't made a mistake, which is really, really good. I will get you a close-up like I normally do, guys. But yeah, that's everything. Let's see if I can focus this in. You can see a little bit while it's still on the swivels and stuff. There we are. Nicely wrapped and shiny. So that's perfect. So even with this wire here now that I'm chopping off will not get wasted. It'll be used as scrap wire. There we are. Perfect. So let me get you out, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate you all. Come on. There we are. Let me just catch up with chat, or hopefully. Scan, thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So let me just have a quick look at chat. Where are we? New boxes. What have I missed? What have I missed? So I'm just having a look at chat, guys. So, gaming vapor, yeah, I'm like you. There's always something new out. I'm wanting to get the new Bonza Pro and everything, but you can never have too much. Yes, Garn, it is on. Just. Yeah, same as you, gaming vapor. Keeps your money, keeps you sober or whatever. I've got loads. I've even, if I can buy stuff in doubles, I buy them in doubles. And then I've got a sealed one. Get rid of that. Then I've got a sealed one. Or try and get one in every colour if I can. Anyway, so yeah, that turned out bang on, perfect. Not a mistake. That's me not doing the stretch like I would normally. That's a non-stretch method. I've done it. So I'm just gonna cut that flush there. I don't want to lose that. Give it a chop just here as well. So yeah, let me get you in like that. I know you're not gonna zoom in there. Yeah, there we are. So there we are, a 28 gauge, dual 28 gauge core alien. Are you gonna just there for me to do series? Like I say, because I needed 30 gauge for my coils and stuff that I'm selling. Yeah, I would normally do a Fuse Clapton, but yeah, I'm going to do a series with this now because I can do 28 gauge alien. So that's perfect. That's nice. And let me just see how much wire I've actually got here, or actually how much I ended up with, which is round about where I needed it. I've got just over 25. So just, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 12. So just about there is where I need it. So I'm just going to chop that in half so it's nice and even. And this is when I find out that I didn't do it even. So more or less even there. I've got two pieces. So I'm going to be doing this 3mm. 3mm will fit on that Twisted Messes. So okay, why is everything all mixed up? Okay, so there we are. So 3mm rod is what I'm using, just off my Coil Master. Yeah, well, I just through. Yeah, vape addiction it is with me. Yeah, I think for us in the UK as well, the new tax that's coming in, it's definitely going to be interesting. I'm going to be stocking up on juice as well, and then hopefully that might be a segment as well where I mix up some juice in my lives. So all I'm checking here to see if there's a side with a slight curve on, which I believe is that side. So I want round about 8 or 9 wraps. So I will start with 8, check the room I've got on the deck. And then if I can add a wrap, I will add a wrap. So just very carefully wrapping this. There is some twists and turns. If you wrap them slowly, the twists and turns should come out when you wrap it. I'm trying to stay in camera, guys, so I hope I'm still in camera. If you're finding it a bit difficult, just take your time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe, and 8. So I believe that's 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 wraps. I should be able to get easily a 9 wrap out of there. Boy, it's warm. And I'm sweating like I don't know what here. So that's not bad. The first build is done within the hour of me streaming. So I can't complain there. When it goes good, it goes good. So I'm just checking the space and stuff. Oh, I've got plenty of space there. So we'll add another wrap or two. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm going to add one wrap. I'm going to make it a 9 wrap. And that should be perfect. As long as it's over 0.3, it's good. Normally when I do series, I like it above a 0.4 and 0.4 and over. But it doesn't bother me as long as it's over a 0.3, especially if you're using a mech and using a series mech. It's good to see you all chatting, guys. I'm sorry I'm missing the chat. Yeah, it is. It's extremely muggy, Scan. Yeah, I think all week. I think they said it was only going to be a couple of days. But yeah, that completely changed. And they said it was going to be all week now, but it is definitely muggy. I am sweating like I don't know what. I keep having to use my tea towel I've got here off camera just to wipe my head and everything. And my glasses and my goggles and stuff like that. And I've got a air conditioning thing going off underneath my bench as well. So yeah, 3mm 9 wrap should be good. So let's get this all wrapped up. So like I say, I'm just looking to see if there's a side with a slight curve. You want, if you've got that slight dip or curve in your aliens, you want that obviously facing up and the flat side obviously facing on the inside of the coil. So again, I'm just going to get going. I want 9 wraps and we'll go from there. So that's 1. So you want to almost overlap as well. If you've got twists and turns in your wire, wrap it really slowly and those twists and turns should come out of that wire easy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So I do have just a little bit of a twist in there that I don't want to mess up the last bit of the coil with. So let me just turn that. Yeah. And there we are. So that's 9 wraps, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wraps. So that's 2 9-wrap coils. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to have a look at the chat. So there we have it, guys. Some 28 gauge aliens. Come on, Henry. There we are. Some 28 gauge dual core aliens just there. 28 gauge core, 38 gauge wrapped on the outside, 9 wraps, each coil 3mm diameter. Perfect. Right, let's get these mounted. Let me just move my swivel and everything. And just make more room for myself. And yeah. So let me get you about there. Let me get you in closer. Move that away. So I want this to look. Come on, Henry. There we are. That looks perfect so far. Nice and clear. Perfect. So I'm going to undo these post holes. So even if you're using a nice beefy build, obviously the twisted messes can accommodate that, because they've got some big post holes there. So back in the day, if you wanted like super low builds, you use stuff like 22 gauge, 20 gauge builds if you were doing just normal round wire. I think I have put 20 gauge build on here on one of these. Just have a quick vape. Let's go to the R3 recoil on the heavy hitter. That needs a bit more juice on there. There we are. It's a bit better. Yeah, fruit flavour is definitely good on a day like this. Hitting nice and hard. The coils that I did last week, 3-core stags, still running nice in this, nice and flavoursome. Same wicks as well. I haven't changed the wicks in it, so it's the same wicks, and I have been using this daily. Nice. So let's get these coils mounted. So first coil's going to go in. I'm not going to bother making the legs so they're parallel or anything. I'm just going to pop that in there. I want it as close to the deck as possible, but just enough for manipulation of the coil, obviously pulling it out and getting it center and stuff like that. So with this old RDA as well, got to be very careful with the legs as well, that you don't shear them off. So I'm just putting them on lightly until I get situated. So there we are. That's them two just in there like that. So I'm going to cut the legs. So old style, got to cut them with the post, at the post. So cut them nice and flush. So I'm not going to do anything with this coil apart from just pull it out just slightly, just so when I get my other leg in, I'm alright. I will pre-cut the middle lead, but yeah. So all I'm going to do is with the lead that I'm going to be putting in the middle, I'm just going to pre-cut it just slightly and then trim more if I need to. So pop that in there and that in there. Very, very carefully. And that is just about perfect, I'd say. So yeah, that's about perfect. In there, in the center one. So I'm going to lock down the center one first. So I feel that bite just there. So I'm going to pull that just slightly and then lock in the last leg. Now I will go around these and tighten them again. I just want to get the legs in there so I can do a bit of manipulation before I properly tighten down. So don't be too rough with them. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull out like that and then move to the center very, very carefully like that. And then I'm going to pull them up as well like that. So round about like that. And then I'm going to do exactly the same on this side after I've chopped this leg off this post just here. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to center it and raise it a bit. So I want it roughly about the same height and everything. So that's roughly the same, just roughly for the moment. So now I'm just going to go around all my post holes and just make sure that's to a point where it's not going to snap my leads. Because these old RDAs as well, when you were pulling your coils and stuff, they did come slightly loose. But I didn't crank them all the way down to begin with. I just wanted to make a connection. And then again, just now that they're all situated where you need it to be, so get there. And again, just do any tinkering you might need to do, which looks about perfect just there like that. And again with this side, I'm just going to, now that I've got it all situated and locked down, I'm just going to center that and raise it. So you want it to look a bit like that. Well, like that. And get them level a bit more. So there's less wonk on there. That's perfect, about perfect. And again, all I'm going to do is just very, very quickly, just make sure none of them have come loose with that bit of manipulation. But not so far it's going to break those thingy. There we are, looking good. Looking good. So what I'm going to do is just going to disconnect this, zero out my mod. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we are. So I'm just going to, like I say, zero out my mod. Get this down. Is this a new coil? Yes. So this is saying a 0.12. So I'm hoping that comes up above a 0.13. I wasn't expecting it to be that lower resistance, but hey ho, we'll see how it goes. When I put it in my Vape tool coil calculator, it did say it was about 0.4 or just under 0.4, so we'll see how that goes with heating up and some manipulation. And again, I'm just wiping myself down. Yeah, gaming vapor. Hopefully, if stuff goes well with my coil, I would like a Vape Smarter build tab to eventually um, obviously do my builds and stuff. I do want a Vape Smarter one, but we'll have to see how that goes once I start making a bit of money. Because I would like it, and I don't have just like a couple of £100 to drop on a build tab. So I do want a Vape Smarter build tab, and I will eventually get round to hopefully getting one. I don't have a DNA device, gaming vapor. I would like a DNA device, but I do not have one. So I'm currently at 20 watts. That's what I'm going to start at. And just, right. So I know why that's doing that. Where's my... There is a little bit of leg there. Can I get to it? So I am going to have to move this just a little bit, just so I can get that leg. That's sticking out there. There we are. That's probably why that resistance wasn't reading right, because the leg was sticking out into it. So cancel that out again and see if that comes up a bit different now that it's not touching that leg. Is this a new coil? Yes. So already it is jumped up to a 1.6, but we'll see how that goes. Get that out a bit and move you down. I'm just going to move you down here because I always end up working at this end of my bench and end up getting off camera. So if I do that here, then at least I'm here. Right, let's try that again. That's a lot better. Aren't we all? Gaming Vapor, we're all skint. Right, let's introduce. Wow. And I didn't want to do that because I went and did it and I didn't turn it down. So I hope I haven't welded my coils now. There we are. Right, let's try again. Let's try again now. Don't want to be hitting it at 90 watts like that. Boy. So I'm just going to give them a little bit of a strum. Get some heat through there. I might give it a little bit of a tug as well. Some people like to tug on it. And I know that sounded wrong, but some people like to tug, some people like to strum, some people like to pinch. I do all three depending on the situation. So I'm getting a bit of colour on there. Just let me check these post holes. Because with these old ones as well, with heating up as well, they can move a bit. They're fine. So there we are. Just carefully work them in. So it will take a bit of time. Just take your time. There we are. You see again, now I'm out of camera. Dead Note, thanks for joining. Thanks for joining, my brother. I appreciate it. So I'm gonna bump it up to about 30 watts. Like I say, I hope I haven't messed it up firing it at 90 watts that time. Get going. So as you can see, one side is heating up just slightly faster than the other one. Just give that a little pinch. There we are. Got some nice colours on there though. There we are. It's looking a little bit better. Also use your coiling rod as well. That can also help. There we are. That's looking a bit better now. So I know this side looks all burnt and stuff. It isn't. I've sort of like got a mixture of blues, golds and purples in there. Thank you, Mr. Intense. Thanks for dropping in, my brother. Have a good one. There we are. That's looking a bit better. Just give it a nice little strum down. Carefully work through it. Like I say, some really nice colours happening here. So I've got some blues and golds in there. That's looking a little bit better now. Take your time, work with it. Some nice colours on that. Looks looking a bit better. So I am going to bump it up to 40 watts. So what I want to do is I want to make sure that there's no hot spots occurring at higher wattage, because I will be using this on a series. And I want to make sure that at high wattage it's not going to develop hot spots. There we are. That's looking a little bit better. Up to 50 watts. Give it a little pulse. Some really nice colours on this. Blue. There we are. That's looking good. Up to 60. Just short pulses. Just making sure there's no hot spots anywhere. Up to 70. Nice little pulse. As you can see, there's a hot spot just there. Work that out. There we are. That's perfect. Up to 80 watts. So what I'm doing now is, because I'm using it on a series mech, I'm trying to embed the coils. I don't want any hot spots occurring at high wattage. So hence why I'm slowly increasing the wattage and giving it a pulse and working out any hot spots that might occur at that wattage. So banging it up to 100 watts now. That's looking good. Just short bursts, 110. That's looking perfect. 120. That's looking nice and perfect as well. 130. That's perfect. 140. Looking good. 150. Looking good as well. So we'll end up maxing this mod out, which is 177. And just give it a short burst just there. Perfect. So I just want to quickly turn that down. That is glowing nice and perfect. Got some nice blues in there. Where are we? So let me get that. So that's what they look like. Blue and gold. Just there like that. There we are. Thank you, Henry. All glowing nice. So that is hot. So I'm just going to very carefully unscrew that off. I'm going to zero out my mod. While that is cooling down, guys, I'm just going to have a quick break and go grab myself another drink and everything, and then we'll get this wicked up and everything and get it vaped. So I'm just gonna have a quick break, guys. Appreciate that. Dead Node. Like I said, I am gonna. It says hopefully it's above 3 ohms, so I can use it on a series Mac. And because it's a Mac and not regulated, I want to just embed them, because on series there's probably a lot of wattage going to be pumped through, and obviously I don't want any issues or hot spots at that higher wattage. But yeah, let that just cool down. I'm just going to quickly pop and get Dead Node. I don't like that shops are like that. I miss the old vape shops which used to do rebuildables, Max, wire, you know, proper juice and everything. But yeah, anyway, guys, I'm just gonna have a quick break, guys. I'll be back very, very soon. Let me just take that off and let me make sure that I've got the right one.
We twist, it gets more than a day. Call sight, flavor on blast, living that vape life, building fast. Maximize, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. The B-Mac in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or knives, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. B-Mac in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. The B-Mac in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. Max or knives, we keep it lit. Clouds so thick, we never quit. B-Mac in a jiffy, don't you stray. Rewick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make. you don't you stray. Re-wick, refill, and vape all day. This ain't goodbye, just a little break. More bills, more chill, more clouds to make.
That's guys. Thanks for waiting and being patient.
Max all night, we keep it lit. Clouds so.
Right, and we're back, guys. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for being patient. Come on, Henry. There we are. There, the coils right there. So, like I say, I haven't got anything alcoholic because I am on painkillers and stuff. But got another Relentless to put in my tumbler. And then if I drink that, I've got some Del Monte pineapple and coconut. So, like I say, because I'm on meds, I'm not going to mix the two because that would make a very interesting live stream. Me drinking and being on meds. So that is going into my pink tumbler or pink cup, thermal cup. That's got loads of ice in there. So that's filled up now. Cheers, guys. Perfect. Right. Looking nice and pretty. Right, let's see what that final resistance came out at. Nice and cool now. Right, is this a new coil? Yes. So it's a 0.36, which is all right for series. It's above that 0.3 mark, so I'm happy with that. If it was below 0.3, even a 0.29, I probably wouldn't have risked it. I probably would have actually risked it off camera, putting it on the series. But yeah, it's above that 0.3. So if you're new to series or anything or series mech mods, don't be putting something stupid like a 0.1 build on there. You're just going to get into trouble. If you're using a series mech mod, unregulated mod, it needs to be 0.3 and above, whether it's single coil or dual coil. Turnstone is not Turnstone, the Emperor RTA is an excellent RTA. My current favorite 30mm RTA at the moment, my favorite was my Steam Crave Aroma Riser Plus, the OG one or limited edition one, which is slightly different and came in different colors. Airflow off halfway. Flavor is just on point, especially with that oval coil that I've got in there. Flavor is banging. Right, let's get this all wicked up. So I'm just using my normal Muji cotton for this, which will be probably perfect for what I want to use it for, because it's really super absorbent, cheap and cheerful, and I like it. I do want to eventually get some puff wicks because everybody raves about that, and I haven't tried that one. But I've probably tried more or less every cotton out there over the years. So with these Muji pads, they have a hard piece on both sides, which I'm just peeling off. So you want plenty of wick in these coils. You don't want it too slack, because with series your cotton can collapse running that power through there. So you want it nice and plenty of cotton in those coils, and you should be good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull this apart. I don't normally do this, but after seeing some other YouTubers and stuff doing it, I tried it out and it does make a difference. So all I'm doing is I'm just stretching this out, getting a piece that I know is going to be probably big enough for that coil, and then I'm just going to pull it a lot more. I want to agitate those fibers, and that does actually help with the wicking. I've noticed a difference doing it this way. Wicking is a lot nicer and a lot better. So like that basically, and then I'm just going to carefully roll it up. I want to roll it on the outsides. I don't really want to be touching the insides or the middle part. I want the middle part to stay nice and fluffy. Fluffy duffy, like that. So that's going to be one side. So feed that through there. That's perfect. So I'm just going to use some tweezers just to pull that through, just so I can grab it, and very carefully just pull that through, and that's a nice amount of resistance that I want for this. So that's perfect there. So I'm just going to get another piece. Yeah, I think Tim MZ talking about 30Ts and 40Ts. I've got some of them. Still going strong, which is what I think one of them is what I'm using in my heavy hitter, the 21700. I think it's is it a 30T or a 40T that I've got? It's one of them anyway. But Molly cells are quite good as well. So again there, just get a nice piece off, give it a good separation, like that. And then I'm going to again just roll it up, keeping my fingers to the outside, keeping the middle nice and fluffy, like that. Twist the end, which is perfect. Get this in line. And then very carefully pull that through. And that's a nice good amount of resistance there on those coils. That's perfect. Yeah, Ohm Tech, they're good batteries as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to thin this out just a little bit, just to help with the wicking. Just want to agitate those fibers, and that will help a lot with the wicking. There we are, that's perfect. Same on the other side. Just going to comb it out just slightly, loosen those fibers up, which is what you want, especially with a series build. You want it to be wicking efficiently as possible. So now that they're thinned out, I'm just going to grab my scissors and just give it a rough cut. I want longer than what I need, and then just sweep that under there, and I think that is absolutely perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. I want to hit in the bottom of that deck nicely. Yeah, that's perfect. Have I done the same for this side? Yeah, that is perfect. Like that. Yeah, that hits the deck. So let's see if I can do the same on this side. Give it a nice little rough cut there. And give that a little swoop into the deck. That is perfect. So just want that to hit the bottom of the deck, which it does. Get that in there. Make sure there's space underneath the coil for that airflow. Perfect. And again, just I'm going to swoop that in very carefully. And room, if I can stay in camera view. So that's wicked nicely, nice and fluffy. Room underneath the coil for airflow. That is perfect. So dead node, this is the Twisted Messes OG-V1. Come on, Henry. So yeah, I'm building on the Twisted Messes OG dead node. So I don't know how long you've been vaping or if you remember this one from back in the day. But yeah, the Twisted Messes OG. With a series build on there, one of my favourite RDAs to run in series, dual coil. With a nice big chuff cap on there. So that is nice in there. Juice that I'm going to put on, I'm just going to stick with what I've been vaping on for this hot weather, which is this stuff here, this Dr. Popper from Kingston E-Liquid. More of a cherry aniseed than a Dr. Pepper sort of replica sort of juice. Just there. So, boom. You've never had a Twisted Messes RDA, Tim MZ? Yeah, great RDA. I mean, obviously there's 24mm ones and the TM Pros and all that are out after this, but this is the OG Twisted Messes RDA from Kent. And like I say, I'm a retro vape channel and I still use all my old RDAs because they stack up nice even with RDAs that are out this day and age. They can still pack a nice punch with a modern style coil on. So am I still in thingy? Let me, don't want to be hitting it at that. So 30 watts just to get everything nice and primed. I want plenty of juice on here because it's going to be a series. So I'm just going to pulse that coil just to draw that juice in there. So series build, you want plenty of juice in those coils because it'll dry up extremely quick. So let me just bump this up a bit. That is perfect. So these old RDAs don't have no tabs or anything. You've got to line your airflow in front of those coils yourself, which is perfect. Hopefully I can get this off without disrupting it, which I have. So that's the Twisted Messes RDA all built. Gaming Vapor. You just get a burnt taste. Wow. So let me have a look at that again. Can I get, so 25mm Nightmare. So it can be a number of things. It could be that your cotton has collapsed maybe, or there might be something completely wrong with your coils as well. I'm just trying to think now with my experience what I would do. It could be the positioning of your coil as well. It could be too high, too low from where the airflow is. That can also affect flavor after time as well. Post screws, make sure they're all tightened down so the coils are heating up evenly. Check all that, just make sure that it's in there, or it could be the coil variant. You might not like the coil variant in that RTA. I mean, for me, there's certain coils that I like in certain RTAs and certain RDAs, and I don't get the same flavor if I use a different one. So it could be that as well. Or it could be just, again, just human error as well, where it hasn't been built correctly. Like I've mentioned before, the group that I'm in, for Faz's Coils, it is pinned to the comments. Join the group. It's not just for buying coils. So if you're not buying coils straight away or whatever, join the group, because there's behind the scenes like what I've got in here. I've got a stitched frailing in here, and it wasn't a perfect build, but flavor, I can't get good flavor off this. So this is the coil that I've got in it. So it's not perfect, but it's a stitched frailing. That's in this one now, single coil, 3.5mm, and I've got the same problem with this one. Where are we? Come on. I've got the same problem with this gaming vapor. I cannot get great flavour from this no matter what I do. The way I've built it, I've changed the position and everything, not good. Yeah. I mean, there's flavour from it, but I don't know. It's not right in that one. Right. So what am I going to put it on? So let me just tidy up just a little bit. Just a little bit. So there's not everything in front of me. Scissors away. Don't need that anymore. Stick that there and that there. That out the way. Without knocking other bits off. There we are. So I always used to run this on a certain device, which is the Noisy Cricket, the black one that I originally had, which is that one. But I did acquire a silver one with a bundle that I bought. So I'm going to be pairing it with the silver OG Noisy Cricket. That is nice and clean. Everything's been cleaned on it. And I will just talk about this a bit. So back in the day, this was considered a very dangerous mod, and it was in the wrong hands. Me personally, I've never had one issue with this Noisy Cricket because I know how to use it, I know how to build it, I know how to maintain it and stuff like that. Tim, the RDA that I've just built, it was the Twisted Messes OG RDA. That's if you're talking to me, or I don't know if you're talking to somebody else in the chat. Let's have a look. So let me refresh this computer. Make sure I've got live chat on. Yeah. Oh, the other one with no flavor. So this one is the Recurve V2. So it's not the OG Recurve. I can never get an OG one in the color that I want. I think there is a few rainbow ones flying about, but I don't like rainbow. But this is the V2, this one. Single coil with a single coil reducer in there. Really nice RDA. I had aliens in this before, a single coil alien, and I got a lot better flavor than I did off the one that I've got in here. But like I say, I might have built it wrong, got it wrong, and wicked it wrong. But yeah, there is a bit of flavor in there, but not much. It's not the flavor I was expecting from that coil, is the best way I can describe it. But that's just that coil that it has no flavor. I've had different coils in there, and the flavor's been bang on and on point. So I'm just gonna mute the mic, guys, because I'm just going to blow my nose. And like I've said before, nobody wants to hear that. And I'm here. So, guys that are watching, and also hashtag replay crew, if you are liking the content, don't forget to hit that like button. It helps the video and the channel, and doesn't cost anything as well. That drink's nice and cold. So yeah, like I was saying about the Noisy Cricket, the OG Noisy Cricket, it was considered one of those that is dangerous, and it is in the wrong hands. I've never had any issues with it. I do this is the original hybrid top cap and switch. Now I do have a Fat Daddy conversion kit, which had the 510 with the pin in the middle that made it non-hybrid, and a slightly better, taller switch. And you got that on a mech mod, so you could use your old switches with the mech mod. But this is all nice and clean. Now, the people that I used to speak to that used to say, oh, it was dangerous and stuff, was down to this button. Now, people used to press the button, and the mech never used to do anything, or they used to say it used to misfire. Now with this, if you know how this switch works, you've got a metal switch here that's connected to this Delrin here, right? But it's in a metal ring as well. So when you're pressing your button, you had to press it on a slight slant. So this hit this ring on the inside there to make the connection. So if you hit it dead on without this switch hitting the outside ring, yeah, it used to misfire. But if you just adjusted your finger a bit and just moved it to the side or something so it made a connection, it used to fire up right away. But like I say, I haven't had any issues with this mech mod. And that is the hybrid top cap. So the recurve that you got, did you get, was it the recurve dual? Because I do have one of them, Tim, a recurve dual. There was a V1, the V2 that I've just showed you, then the recurve dual. And I can't remember if there was another one after that. I don't think there was a V3. So this is the hybrid top cap. So it's straight ATI to battery connection. So when you're using something like this, you need to have an RDA with a protruding 510 pin. And that's same with mech mods as well. So I'm going to put this up for safety. So if you're using a hybrid mech mod or series mech mod, or with a connection that is straight ATI to battery connection, don't be using an RDA or an RTA like the picture on the left. Okay, because you're going to get a hard short and get problems if you're using an unregulated or a mech mod. You want to be using an RDA that's like on the right, that's got that protruding copper pin out of the 510 threads, so that bit hits the battery and not the silver stainless steel threads on the outside, because then you'll get a hard short and your device is just gonna, I'm going to be honest with it, it's going to have a hard short and it might explode. So be safe, guys. If you don't know anything about hybrid mech mods, which most of them are these days, you know, do your research on them. Don't just thingy, and never ever put a sub-ohm tank on a hybrid mech mod. Just never do it. There was a lot of trouble back in the day, people doing that, and it just was not worth it. So I've got some batteries here. Don't forget, use married batteries and stuff like that. Don't use odd batteries, use married batteries. So these are using hybrid mech mods and stuff like that. Booby wraps from ODB. I'll do that just to make YouTube probably happy. Or they probably won't say anything because I'm showing boobies. But yeah, so series setup, everything's nice and clean there. One battery facing up, one battery facing down. So there's no electric screen to adjust your wattage or anything like that. There's no protection if you put your batteries in the wrong way or anything, or press that button or anything. You need to know what you're doing. Frankie, thanks for joining. Yeah, they are. They have moved to Canada now, ODB in America. They're not in the UK no more. So like I say, you got to make sure everything is on point with a mech mod. Don't be messing around with one of these devices if you don't know how to use it. So like I say, one battery facing up, one battery facing down to make that series connection in your batteries. So you're getting 8.4 volts straight to your atomizer. Hence why if you're using a series, you need to be using a single or dual coil over 3 ohms, 0.3 ohms, sorry, 0.3 ohms and above. Nothing lower than that, otherwise you're going to have problems. So batteries installed there. I know I'm banging on a bit, but it's a mech mod and you need to know, especially if you've just come across my video and don't know anything about it. So that's the underneath bit. I will quickly show you here. So you know I'm not just saying stuff to you. So come on, Henry. As you can see, that 510 is protruding outside those stainless steel rings like that. So that's nice and safe. Pop your top cap on there. So the Noisy Cricket series mech was made by WizMech and J-Boy. So now that I've got my hybrid top cap screwed on there, nice and tight, or not too tight, I want to be putting this ATI part on the positive. So I'm going to screw that down on one side. Yeah, they definitely do, Frankie. They hit like an absolute train. So I am going to just adjust it there like that. And then your switch will take up that slack. And I like that. I like this because it's sort of like that detonator style switch on the top. So I just want to adjust that so my airflow's coming at the side and not hitting my fingers or anything when I'm hitting the switch. So make sure that's nice and tight. That's not moving. Have we got power? No, we don't have power. So here's me talking about it, and now it's not doing what I want it to do. So let me just check. So yeah, so that also could be down to the battery wrap as well, it not firing. So let me just show you what the Fat Daddy kit looked like, and I might use that switch because the switch is slightly different. So when you got the Fat Daddy conversion kit, it came with a mech tube as well. You got a top cap that you could put on if you didn't have a protruding 510 pin, which took that hybrid bit out of the mod. So it made it sort of safer, the top cap like that. So this you can, without me dropping everything, you can use this on the Noisy Cricket. Just eliminates the hybrid top cap. But the switch is slightly different. I might use the switch because the switch is slightly different, and I'll show you. Yeah, recurve dual, Tim. And the recurve single. So the original recurve, the OG. So as you can see there, the switch is slightly different in this. And this is copper as well, as this is brass. So as you can see, the surface point of the switch is smaller. So I'm just going to see if it's the, so it could be the bottom of the battery wrap that's making it not fire. Right, now have we got, there we are. So yeah, it was the battery wrap that did it. There we are. Hell yes. So like I say, that was a bit too big for the battery wrap at the bottom. So I'm using the conversion button on there. And like I say, you can swap this round. I can use the switch and the hybrid top cap on this mech mod as well. And that is another piece just there. So you did get another bottom piece. That is the upgraded bottom piece. I'm just using the OG because, like I say, I've had no issues with it. But yeah, you can take the original switch and original hybrid top cap and use it on the tube that you get with the Fat Daddy upgrade kit. But yeah, that's got some power now. There we are. Oh yeah. Right, let me get you guys back to FaceTime and let's talk about this a bit, because that is spectacular. So let me swivel you round. Let me bring you up so you can see me. There we are, without you. There we are. Yeah, I love Frankie. I love mechs as well. So Frankie, are you new? Because I don't think I've seen you in chat before unless I've missed you. So yeah. So this was my favourite sort of series, sort of build and combo back in the day, the Noisy Cricket and the Twisted Messes on here. It's like a train. And I don't know if you can hear it. It's got a, I wouldn't say it's got a crackle, but it's got a good sort of like sizzle there. And that's hitting like a train. To say this button, this upgrade button, wasn't as clean as the one that was already in there. But yeah, it's not getting hot or anything. Haven't got no issues. So Frankie, if you're new, obviously I'm here every week. I build my own coils. I don't know how close you were to the beginning of it, but I make my coils myself on the live. So the ones that I've got in here, I did make myself earlier on. I've started making coils now as well for sale and stuff. I've just started, so I'm adding stuff on. If you want to join the WhatsApp group, there is a pinned message in the chat. Join the group. Even if you're not buying coils straight away or even buying coils, get on that group because you see behind the scenes what I'm doing and everything that will always make social media and stuff like that. And you get updates and promotions and maybe discounts that's only available to people in the group if you are buying coils. So yeah, that's just a little bit about me if you don't know already. But yeah, 28 gauge dual core aliens, 0.36, I think it came to. 0.36. It's not even warm. It's nice. And it's hitting nice and hard. But it has got a bit of a crackle sizzle, if you can hear that. And in this mode as well, it will use a lot of juice. So make sure you've got juice in there. You're welcome, my brother. You're welcome. Are you in the UK, Frankie, or are you abroad? Are you watching from the UK? Are you abroad? And even though this has got a little bit of ice in, which I'm not really like, it's got a slight hint of ice. It's not even killing my throat as well in the series build. Hydrate. But yeah. That did hit my throat then. Do you even vape, bro? Nice, really nice. Like I say, sorry, that did get the back of my throat a bit. Normally, because I don't normally have 30 gauge wire, I couldn't do an alien build. I normally just do a dual fuse Clapton, which is good, but you could definitely taste the difference because it's an alien version. Oh, the USA. Nice. Thank you for joining, my brother. Thank you. Yeah. Like I say, one of my favorite OG old school series combo that I used to like. Probably my more modern one is probably my homemade series box mod with the Dead Rabbit RTA OG one. That's another one of my favorite combos. But yeah, the Twisted Messes, definitely a nice RDA. That's, to me, still stacks up with any other RDA that's out today. Just going to blow my nose, guys. Going to cut the mic. And I'm back, guys. Thanks. So yeah, so guys, what yeah, so basically that's what my channel is as well. I've got a lot of old school stuff that I still vape today and I still swear by. Yeah, you'd have to check out my previous live streams to see some stuff there. But yeah, I've got a lot of old stuff that I can talk hours about that I still use today. Mechs, RDAs, RTAs. I mean, I've got a plume veil, so that's going back to I think 2012, 2013-ish, maybe before that. Plume veil, you know, Velocity RDAs, Mutation X RDAs that are not as good even with a modern coil in there. It's not as nice, but yeah, I've got them. Old mods, mech mods as well as all that stuff behind me as well on that display wall. Yeah, so I do actual coil builds. That's what makes my channel different to everybody else's channel. I'm not an installer. I actually make the coils from scratch. So if you catch the beginning of this live stream, you'll see me actually make the coils that were in here, which is dual core Aliens 28 gauge wrapped in 38 gauge NI80. So yeah, all my live streams that I do, I make my coils myself. I build them. I show people how to make them if they want to make them themselves. If not, I'm starting to sell coils now, so you can always buy coils off me if you want. But yeah, I do it all raw, build my own coils. I'm a proper builder. I'm not an installer, which is what most people do. They install coils when they say they're building something, but I actually make the coils from scratch. And I don't think there's anybody about now that still actually makes coils in the live streams or in the build streams or videos. I do that. I hope that helps. Sorry, I'm yapping on there. Hitting like a train. So my Frankie as well, my go-to is a mech mod. That's what I like to use. That's what I gravitate to. I've always got a mech mod going of some sort, as well as me having regulated mods as well. But I more or less will always have a mech set up, something or other. Also, you've been building yourself for 8 years. That's perfect. So if you build and you join that group and you post some pictures of your build, if you're happy with me showing them on my live streams, send your pictures in, because I love coil builders. I love seeing people variants of coils, how they build, because even though I've been building now for about 10 years, I'm still learning stuff. I learn stuff off people that watch me. I learn stuff off other coil builders that sell coils and stuff like that. So I'm still learning tricks and stuff. So yeah, if you want to do that, yeah, go for it. And if you don't mind me showing them on my live streams, post them in there and I'll use those photos. Yeah, no, America's regulations are diabolical there now. And the UK is getting that way as well. They want to ban flavors. We've got a tax coming in October, which is going to drive up the price of juice, e-juice. So eventually, the next couple of months, I'm going to be stockpiling for juice. So nicotine, VGPG, flavor shots. So I might start doing that in my live stream as well, where I mix up some juice as well and do stuff like that. But yeah, so anybody obviously that's been vaping as long as me or likes old school stuff, what's some stuff that you remember that you enjoyed back in the day or still have today and still use? You know, because I use a lot of my stuff that I have back in the day. It's a collection that I've built up over years now, over a span of over 10 years now. About 13, 14 years now. Yeah. Yeah, then definitely click that link that's pinned to the chat, join the group, and yeah, like I say, we have a chat on there. Like I say, you see some behind the scenes of what I'm doing, obviously, with my coil business and everything, and stuff that won't make social media. If you're on Instagram and Facebook as well, Frankie, join me on there. There is links in the description, and then also on Nightbot as well. That's doing its rounds in the comments to my social media as well. And also there's a buy me a coffee link if you want to contribute to the channel as well. That gets pumped back into this channel to bring you good content as well. You're not obligated to do that, but it's there if you want to. But click that link and then follow me on social media. That's the best way you can support the channel. Like and subscribe and share. Yeah, that's all I can say. And I hope people are enjoying the content as well. I'm probably not that comfortable as some people on camera. I'm still a bit jittery. That might be due to me having dyslexia and ADHD and probably borderline autism and all that. But yeah, what I do, I enjoy what I'm doing here, so that's why I do it. But I'm not, I'm not as good as most people, the popular people, that YouTubers out there. Yeah, I like squonking as well. I've got a few squonk mods. I'm not much of a squonker, but I do have some squonk mods. I have a topside single. I did have a topside dual, which stopped working, but I might use the guts of that to make a mod as well. I've got a Pulse squonk box mod, the mech one. I've got one of them. And I do have which I don't really use, is the Kanga drip box, the single 18651. I do have that, but I don't really use that, and I haven't used that in years because the RDA that came with it wasn't great. But I'm assuming with a squonking RDA 22mm, which I don't think I have a squonking. Yeah, I do. Or do I? I don't think I've got a squonking. Yeah, I've got a Wasp Nano. That's a squonking one. That's 22mm. That'll probably work on that, but I haven't really used that in years. That one, the Kangatech drip box. Can't get enough of this flavour. The flavour is just banging. Airflow wide open on there. Let me cut down an airflow on there. And then again, I'm just going to very carefully position that airflow in front of those coils. So now I'm unscrewing that, which I don't want to do. So this is, like I say, this is an old RDA, so it's not one of those that has a tab or anything. You've got to line your airflow up. So let's try with 2 airflow holes open. Try that. Excuse me. Actually, I think I prefer it in 2 hole modes. It's elevated that flavour a bit. And give it a drip. Series Will Drinky Juice. Give it a little. Yeah. I appreciate that, Frankie, my brother. Yeah, I think I like it with 2 airflow holes. Better than fully open, to be fair. B-Mob Mafia Blackjack, wow. The Homeboy range, wow. Yeah, I'm too picky with juices, but there is some quite nice juices out at the moment that I have actually been vaping. I've even been vaping some of my wife's juice because normally I get my juice made for me because I'm too picky. But yeah. As you can see, it's chucking the vapor and the flavour is on point. It hasn't dropped in flavour in any way. Yeah, kicking ass. Drip some more juice on that. Stay hydrated. It's very foggy in here. Wow. Nice and cold. Wow. So that first build went away really, really quickly on that one. And the best bit about it yet as well is it's not even getting warm. It's still, I mean, there is a slight bit of warmness there, but it's not like hot or toasty. It's nice. And so there's nothing wrong with it or anything. Like I say, I have never had any problems with the Noisy Cricket. It's always worked for me because I know how to use it. With that upgrade button on there just for the wrap that I'm using. Dead node. Yeah. Yeah, I had a goon, but I have no idea where it went. And I know it wasn't an RDA that broke or anything, but I think I had it on a device that I lent to somebody and then never got it back. But yeah, like I say, one of my old school favourite combos for series, yeah, definitely the OG Twisted Messes and the Noisy Cricket. Nice and hot and toasty. I'm definitely a juice drinker. So what variants of Staggertons would you recommend me trying in this? Because I don't think I have tried a Staggerton in it yet. But I'm thinking maybe 30 gauge, 40 gauge variant of a Staggerton. A 5 or 6 core maybe. Juice is banned there as well. Flipping heck. Is that just juice in general, or is it only like tobacco or menthol flavors available to you, Frankie? Wow, it's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I've got a few friends that have channels as well. One of them being Jaff. Anybody that's watching that knows Jaff had his channel deleted and everything. They go after YouTube and the government go after vapors, but they don't go after stuff like cigarettes and alcohol. They don't talk bad about that, but vaping for some reason, yeah, definitely right. Only 2 hours into the thing, that first build went crazy. Shall I do another build, guys? What do you think? Shall I do another build? Just thinking now. Otherwise, this live is going to end really early, and I don't normally end this early. So I'm just thinking now, we've got 7 people watching. Obviously, there's been football on as well. I'm just trying to think what else I can build and put a decent build on. Right, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? Dion, do another build, okay? Yes, Dad, no, definitely. Well, for people like myself and other people that have been vaping since 2013 and before that, we're proof that vaping's not bad for you. My health is a lot better. My, stuff like that is better. Not that I had really bad health when I did smoke. It was one of them where I did this journey because of my mother that got cancer. So we went on the journey together and it stuck with me. So, being vaping this long and my health is better. I've lost a bit of weight because I used to be twice the size that I am now back in the day, believe it or not. I was a big guy. But yeah, people that have been vaping for 10 years plus wear proof that vaping is good for you. Good for us in the UK that the NHS still stand by their 95% safer than smoking and stuff. But there's a lot of shit going round on social media and shit like that. But you just got to read between the lines. Obviously, if you're a vapor, you know different. But people that don't vape, they lap it up like there's, you know, no tomorrow. Dion, yeah, and it saved a lot of people as well. I mean, people don't understand that nicotine is addictive, just like alcohol is, drugs are, tea, coffee. It's addictive, but it's not bad for you. Dead nose, yeah, 15 years of vaping, so you've been vaping longer than me. Yeah, we could do that. Frankie, do you have a YouTube channel or anything, or are you just a builder? But yeah, that sounds good. Maybe one day. I haven't got to grips with how to add people to join me in a live, but yeah, that might sound really, really awesome that to do. Yeah, come on, let's do another build then. Right. So I'm thinking maybe maybe Fralian. Let's do a Fralian. So Fralian. So I'll do 26 gauge frames. Obviously 0.4 ribbon. Where are we? So 4, 6, yeah. So I'll do 3 pieces of ribbon folded in half, stacked to make 6 pieces of ribbon, and alien wrap that. Does that sound good, guys? So 26 gauge, yeah. So let me get you all situated again for building. So let me get you guys out. Get the camera where I want it to be, which is about there. And as you can see, it's very, very cloudy in here. So yeah, 26 gauge frames. Right, so let me pull off some wire. So let me get this. So ribbon wire build takes a lot of preparation. So take your time. Where's my goggles? Let's do this. So 26 gauge. As I've said before, it's a nice soft wire, so you can just give it a little bit of a tug to give it a stretch. If not, you can put it in your drill if need be. So, just let me think now. So, I'm going to pull one piece of wire out, which is about 60 centimeters, 600 millimeters, just over 23.5 inches. So there, I'm just going to thingy and then give it a little bit of a tug, just so I feel a bit of resistance without knocking everything over. So let me try that again. So let me try that again. So let me grip a bit harder, give it a little tug, just so I get a bit of resistance from it. And then I'll measure out. So I like to have extra wire, especially for my frames. So where's my cutters? So I'm going to go 62. So that's going to be my frame. So same as my ribbon wire, I will be folding it in half. So hence why I've got one long piece. I'll do the same with the ribbon wire, then fold it in half. So that's my 26 gauge wire. I'm just going to very carefully move this wire. So what I'm also going to do with this wire is I'm going to use it to make my decor for my alien wrap as well. So ribbon wire, I'm using 0.4 ribbon wire. Thanks, Dead Node, my brother. Not a problem. So there we are, 0.4 ribbon. So with the ribbon wire, I'm not going to be using my cuts. I'm going to be using scissors, so I get a nice clean cut. So I'm going to use slightly less ribbon. And I'm not going to stretch it on the spool because I'll mess up my ribbon wire. And I don't want to do that. So here I'm just going to roughly measure out about 50 centimeters of ribbon wire. So I will stretch this a bit, just so I can work with it a lot better. So again, another piece just there, because every piece won't come off straight, or I haven't noticed them come off straight. So the scissors is just so I get a nice clean cut and I don't damage or mar up my wire. So again, about another piece. I like to have extra as well because I will be cutting and stuff. So like that piece there is a bit curved. Hence why I stretch it off the spool as well. So let me secure that. So I've got my 3 pieces of ribbon wire that I will fold in half to make 6 pieces or 6 ply. Just like that. So I will need 2 pairs of pliers to do this. So I'm going to get the most curved one first. Make sure it's nice and flat. And then I'm going to pop one end into these teethless pliers, just like that. Hold down nice and tight. Run your finger down to keep it all the same side and length, like that. And then very carefully, because I've only got 2 hands, I'm going to grab it in there, making sure it hasn't twisted or anything, and nice and straight. And I'm just going to give it the slightest tug, just so I feel a bit of resistance, and that'll work. Now these are fairly straight, so I'm not going to stretch them. I'm just going to very carefully now line these up together. So they can be fiddly at first, just to get them all lined up and stacked. Take your time. So all I'm doing here is just putting the ends flush together. There we are. And once you just handled them a bit, they should just fall into place. Then run your fingers down. And they will stack. So what I like to do to keep them all together, some people use spit, some people use water. I don't use either or. I just use a bit of base mix on a sponge like that and just dip my finger in it and then run my finger down the wire like that. Now it might be a bit floppy at first, don't worry about it, just keep running your finger down like that. And then very carefully I'm just going to turn it round, dip my finger again and run my finger down a couple of times, and that should help them stick together a little bit. Now it hasn't, because I haven't stretched all 3 wires, but I'm just going to run my finger down here and make it all flush and all the same length, hence why I like to have extra wire like that. Still making sure they're nicely stacked and level at the other end as well, which they are. So all I'm going to do now is run my finger down to the end, and same on that side, I'm going to run my finger down, and then I'm going to fold it in half, making sure that these 2 ends are nicely together and flush, and then run my finger down like that, making sure that they're all nicely stacked. And I'm just going to pinch that as much as I can flush and run my finger down. So you want them all stacked. Don't worry about this end straight away. So you want them stacked like that on top of each other. Okay. Yeah, Frankie, 0.4 ribbon is what I'm using. Yes, I'm using hot glue and wire as well to bind everything together. I use both. So I'm just going to run my finger down like that. So now that I've done that, first of what I'm going to do is I'm going to bind it with wire. So a bit of wire from leftover me building earlier on is what I'm going to use, and then I'll hot glue it all together once I'm done. So with the wire, let me see if I can get you in a bit closer. So there we are. So with this wire, binding wire, I'm just going to use that to keep this together. There's no right or wrong, just use as much wire as you need to, or hot glue if you're using hot glue. So I am going to just use my pliers a bit just to think I'm not being too heavy with it. There we are. And then cut that off. So that's the top end of my ribbon wire all sorted. So I'm going to leave that like that now. So like I say, it's going to flap about there. Don't worry about it. Once you get it all bound and put together, that will work fine. So I'm just going to lay that there for now. So before I get ahead of myself, I need to obviously do my decor. 6 pieces of ribbon wire stacked together is roughly just slightly over what a 3-core alien would be. Now, if I had in between wire, I'd do my decor off a piece of 25 gauge. If I wanted to be precise, but I'm just going to do my decor off the same wire, the 26 gauge frame, and just give it a slight more of a stretch when it comes to doing your final wrap. You just need a bit more of a stretch on there. So Like I say, before I get ahead of myself, I am going to obviously get my decor set up. So I've got roughly, just let me have a quick look here. So I've got about 24 centimeters of ribbon wire. So I need, I'd say about 35 centimeters of decor. So you need slightly more decor for your final wraps on there. So when you're doing aliens, so if say for whatever reason you've got 20 centimeters of wire, do about 30 centimeters of decor, do about another half extra. And it's always better to have extra decor than not have enough as well, without waste as well. So let me just set up everything and we'll get the decor going. So as always, I'm just going to set up my drill like I would normally, making sure I'm not. So if you've got a normal cordless drill, like I say, just use your normal cordless drill. I'm just using this because this is what I've got and this is what works for me. So I'm using a clamp as well to clamp it down and keep it in place. Using my flat chuck as normal. Let me just get the wire from the previous build out of here. Like that. So now I'm doing my decor. Off my piece of 26 gauge. And I just want to put a little L in there just to make it easier for me to mount my wire in the chuck. So I've put a little L in there and that'll just make it easier for me to mount my wire. So I'm just going to open up my flat chuck. There is a center point in this chuck, so that's where I'll lay the wire so it's nice and center, and clamp that down. Pull the wire. I've got that little bit sticking out there for mounting my wire for doing the decor. Get this attached to my swivels. So you've seen me mount stuff to my swivel before, so I won't mess about with that. So I'm going to pull my swivels nice and tight. You want a bit of leeway in there, not a lot. You just want it nice and slack, not too tight. Like that, which is perfect. Make sure your swivels obviously move. You're doing an alien or an alien variant, so you need to do your decor obviously the opposite way around till you feel comfortable wrapping. I like to wrap over the top, so I'm doing my decor over the bottom. So final wrap is what I'm going to be using is 36 gauge wire, just there like that. So let me get this mounted. So hence why I've got that little tab just here. It just makes it easier for mounting my wire. So just put a few wraps around there. And the good thing about this is I can slam it all the way to the end here. So I'm just going to get it going. So I've got that going. And as always, I will get you in close so you can see what I'm doing and then zoom you out. There we are, and our manual focus so you can see. That's too far away. Alright, let's try now. Without. Right. Don't start messing about on me. That's why. Right, there we are. That's better. Right, where were we? Manual focus. That should work a lot better now. So there we are. So very, very carefully. So all you're doing is basically a Clapton, like we did earlier on. Hold it 90-degree angle or a slight tilt towards your drill. And then basically just let it rip. Not holding your spool very tight. You want to be able for that D-core to slide off that core wire. And like I said before, it's the only time of the build that if you do mess up, you can reverse back and correct it. So once I get out of camera view, guys, I will just zoom out. So like I say, you're basically doing just like a Clapton that you're going to decore. So I'm just going to stop there and zoom you out. You get the idea of what I'm doing here. And I don't need much, like I just need about 35 centimeters of decore. There we are. Come on. Come on, Henry. There we are. Perfect. So I'm going to get going again. And like I say, I'm not holding my spool very tight. I'm just holding it loosely. Just so it helps when it comes to decoring it, it should move. And this bit's quite slow because my drill doesn't go very, very fast. Try and keep those wraps consistent. If you do get a bit of gapping in there, don't worry too much about it. It will come out in the stretch or when you're stretching it, depending on how you're doing it, the stretch method, non-stretch method. So whatever obviously decore you need, do an extra centimetre or two, because when you cut it, it will spring back a bit. So just do a bit extra to make up for that spring back and you should be good. And always use good swivel guides as well. That makes a hell of a lot of difference. Is having good swivels as well. So like I said before, if you mess up and you go back on yourself, this is the only time of the build that you can reverse back and correct. So while you're doing this, if you do go back on yourself, just undo it. Straighten out your wire by pinching it and rubbing your fingers down it. And then you should be good to go again. So I'm just going to stop there and give it a quick measure. So I want around about 35 centimeters, which I'm nowhere near yet. I've got about another 10 centimeters to do. So just let your drill rip, or if you've got like a cordless drill or a plug-in drill, it probably won't take as long as what this drill is taking. And while I'm doing this, I'm trying to think what I'm going to put it in as well. So I know it's quiet, guys. I do appreciate you all coming in, dropping in and all that. I know there's football on as well, and some people have dropped in, so I do appreciate it. Again, I'm just going to stop and have a quick measure. So I need a little bit more. I need about another 5 centimeters, should work all right. Or round about there. And like I say, just a little bit extra for that spring back as well. So I'll stop there. Have another quick measure. So that's more or less bang on where I need it. So I've got a lot more than what I need. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take some wire off, because I know I don't need that much wire. So I'm just going to take some wire off. Because like I said, I don't want too much than what I need. So this wire will be a bit springy and won't be straight. So all I'm going to do is with my finger, I'm just going to drag my finger down. Now with it being a thin wire, that should stretch it out and it shouldn't sort of like spring or curl up. I'm going to take some more wire off there. So let me give that another little measure, which is round about where I want it to be, just a little bit more, and that should be good as well. Plenty of room for spring back and everything. I've just run my finger down just to straighten that wire back up. I'm going to cut it flush, and there is a bit of a spring back that happened there. Secure this wire down. So I'm just going to go in again just for a quick measure. And yeah, I've got about 30, just 35.5 there, which is good. So now I'm going to cut this little tail here, and yeah, that is moving. So I'll just get you in close there. Lee Swettenham, how we doing, my brother? I'm actually on to my second build of the night. So what I want here is Henry to stop messing about. I was about to swear there. So all I'm doing here is just showing you. So I've cut that tail end there, and as you can see, the decore moves, and that's what I want it to do. Yeah, I understand that, Lee. I know there's the football on. I was expecting that. I do normally watch World Cup when England are playing, but yeah, football's not really my sport, to be fair. But yeah, I understood that some people might not be here because they are watching the World Cup. So has it finished now? Are you allowed to say who's won? Or is it going to spoil it for somebody? So I'm just going to cut this flush this end here. I'm just going to let that lay for a second. Oh, was it 0-0? Is it still going, Lee? There we are. So what I'm going to do now is very, very carefully just grab it at the end here and slide this decore off that wire. So that is my decore for this build here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to release this wire here because this is what I'm going to use for my frames. So I'm just going to take that off. I want to cut that little step and leg off just there like that. Right, let's bind the ribbon and the frames together now that I've done my decore. I just want to make sure how much wire I've actually got. I want slightly more than what I need because of the way I'm going to set up this ribbon wire, which works out a lot better for me doing it this way. So again, I'm just going to take this frame wire like I did with the ribbon wire. I'm going to make the ends flush with each other like that. And then I'm going to just run my finger up to create a loop. Which is about there. It's not going to be perfect until you get everything combined and everything. So there, I've got a loop in there in the 26 gauge like that, which is going to be the frames. Come on, Henry. Henry. So that's basically my frames. It's over. So did they go to penalties, Lee? Like I said, I'm not a big football person, so I'm not completely clued up with everything football. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take the ribbon wire and I'm going to carefully slide it in between that frame wire. So this is where it can get fiddly. So just take your time. This preparation will make or break your build. So what I want to do is I don't want my ribbon flush with my frames. And what I mean by that is I want my, come on Henry, I want my frames just slightly lower, my ribbon wire just slightly lower than my frames. And there is method to this madness. So I'm going to take my scrap wire again, if I can find it. So I'm going to take my scrap wire again and I'm going to bind. Now I'm going to bind the frames with the ribbon wire. So again, just use a bit of wire and bind those two together, making sure that your frames are still nice and so your frames are nice and tight up against that ribbon. So I'm going to use my pliers just a bit just to flatten that out. And then I'm going to put a couple of more wraps on there just to make sure there's not a right or wrong way to do this. You just got to make it nice and secure. So that's the binding stage of my build. You're wrapping in Kenthal, are you? Are you doing the same build as me, Frankie? I used to use Kenthal, but I do like NI80. So now that I've got the frames secure, and then my ribbon wire secure, and my frames secured to that ribbon wire, which I did show you there like that, which is there. So just like that. So now is where I'm going to hit it with some hot glue. So these are just normal hot glue sticks that go into a glue gun. Cheap enough if you're in the UK. Home Bargains, B&M. I think they're like less than £1 for a pack. So don't worry about this end too much, this floppy end here. It will come together. Hence the... Oh, what have I just done there? Right, so I hope I haven't messed up just too bad there, catching it on something. So I'm going to use hot glue now to bind all that together. So I'm just going to heat up some hot glue. And hopefully I don't get it on my new stuff that I'm wearing. So there's not a right or wrong way of how much glue you use. Just use some glue. And then I'm just going to quickly hit it with the lighter, just so it goes into all that ribbon wire and stuff. And then just give that a couple of minutes to dry up. You can also blow some vapor at it because it's nice and cold. So Lee, that was the first build, the Twisted Messes and Noisy Cricket. And that's going a bit dry. Let me get some juice in there, let it soak up. I'll switch over to this one, turn Emperor. So yeah, that's nice and dry now and secure. So now what you want to do is you want to run your fingers down. So you see how this is all floppy? Just run your fingers down and it should come together. If you feel any snag on this end, just give it a little wiggle and it should just all fall into place. So I'm going to run my fingers down. So you might have to do this a couple of times. I do normally do it a couple of times, just to make sure that everything's nice and straight and where it should be. So want everything nice and straight like that. That's perfect. So I am just going to give it a little bit of a pull. So at this end, I'm going to bind it with wire. Take your time, guys. We're doing this build. It's ribbon wire and it takes a lot of preparation and stuff like that. So I'm going to put quite a few wraps on this end. And again, just very carefully with my pliers, I'm just going to give it a little bit of a squeeze just to keep everything nice and flat. And then I'm going to go around a few more times with this wire, giving it a little bit of a pull. So like I say, there's no right or wrong way of how much wire to use to bind or how much hot glue. It doesn't make a difference. Now while that's just bound with wire there, I'm just going to let go. Then I'm going to go to this end again, and then I'm going to push my fingers up again just to make sure everything's nice and taut and everything. And again, I'm just going to hit that with some pliers just to make sure it's all flat. Your call's an iChrome. Yeah, it is a Lee, it is one of those yeah, so Lee, in my cricket I've got a 28 gauge dual core alien in there, so two 28 gauges and wrapped in 36 gauge alien wrap. But yeah, that's what I've got in the noisy cricket at the moment, and that ohmed out at a 0.35 if I remember correctly. So now that I've got everything situated and in place and bound with wire, I'm going to go and hit it with the hot glue. So again, just warm up your hot glue. There's not a right or, like I say, a wrong way to do this. You just got to go with what's comfortable for you. So I am going to pop that in there like that, and same as before, I'm just going to hit it with a little bit of heat just so it goes into all that wire. just so it goes into all that wire. Go back to the noisy cricket. Use the vapor off that. So that's just lopsided just slightly. So I'm just going to quickly heat that up again. If you want to use more hot glue, use more hot glue. Now, my ribbon wire isn't perfect just here, but once it's in the chuck, it should be good. So that's nice and dry now. So as you can see here, my frame wire is a lot longer. Now I'm going to cut that down, but I am going to leave that hanging over my ribbon wire. Now this little tip came from Aussie Cook, so I don't know if he's watching or he's been watching or been in the background, but yeah, like that. Because I'm using a flat chuck, I want them just out slightly further. If I were to put the ribbon wire in the flat chuck, it's just going to chew up that ribbon wire. So hence why I've got the frames just slightly hung over to put in my flat chuck. And that is from one of my viewers, Aussie Cook, that gave me that tip. So it's a dual coil in there, Lee, and it's homing out at 0.35. So you need to be, if you're doing a series build, especially for the noisy cricket, you need any coil, single or dual, with a resistance of 0.3 and above. If you don't already know, I'm sure you do already know, but that's your reference point. Don't put anything lower than a 0.3 ohm coil on there. So without dropping stuff, I'm just going to get this situated in the center. So on the frames, not on the ribbon wire. So there we are. I'm just going to lock that in. That's locked in. So at this end of the chuck, it's not touching the ribbon wire whatsoever. Hence why on this end, I just put my ribbon wire just slightly lower. So in my swivel, I'm just hanging onto the frames, not the ribbon wire. Because I do find every now and then it will spin and stuff and chew up that wire a bit at the swivel end as well. Hence one of the reasons why I use a key ring to help me guide and keep everything sweet and situed where I need it. So let me get rid of this wire from the previous build off my swivels. Off my swivel, and then I'm just going to carefully put this end in my swivel, and then obviously when I pull a bit as well, that will pull that ribbon wire into place as well. Which is what I want it to do, which it will do. Like that. Get this pointing towards me. So now I'm going to pump up my Swivels, I want it a little bit tighter than that. Just like that. So yeah, just like that, just not too tight, but just slightly tight. I will get you in close, guys. So now, to help me keep this all in place, I'm gonna use my old reliable keyring on there. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to slide a keyring over that wire there like that. Now what that will do, as I've mentioned before, it'll keep the wire that I'm feeding the alien wrap to nice and straight, and as I pull along, this will keep everything nice and straight and nice. And as I pull along, it'll take that slackness out there like that. Make sure your drill is in the right position and your swivels are moving, which they are. That is perfect. Now I will get you guys in close so you can see what I've done here. Appreciate you all, guys, for being here. Still hot here in Yorkshire, still boiling. So I'm wiping my brow and everything and my glasses with my mic on. That's perfect. Right, and we're sort of back. Give everything a wipe. So don't worry, guys, I will get you in close so you can see what I've done. If you've been following me for a bit now, you probably already know. Need some more juice in there. So, just getting some more juice in my pink tumbler, as you can see here. Come on, stupid tumbler. All right. Do it, mate. Nice. So, let me get you in close, guys, so you can see. Just let me put this wire away, so because I don't need it now. So more or less that's where we're at now. So let me see if I can get this focused in a little bit better. So I'd say about there is good. So as you can see how I've got it set up. So I've just got the frame wire that I had hanging over in the chuck like that. So none of my chuck is touching my ribbon wire. If you haven't got a flat chuck like this, just with your frames, bend your legs out and put them in the jaw of your drill. That's cool, Dion, I appreciate it. So like I say, and then same on the other side with the swivel. I've just got the frames in the swivel, not the loop from the ribbon wire. And I just find it works a lot better this way, doing it this way. So let's hope the first one goes just as well as the old one, the first build. because obviously I haven't got a spare D-core for this. I might have one spare D-core, but I don't know. I'll have to check in my box of tricks just there. I do have some spare D-cores, but hopefully it won't go wrong. Same sort of thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the non-stretch method. Because if you've watched me previously, I normally cut my D-core in half and stretch it, pre-stretch it. But we'll see how it goes. So I'm just going to grab my D-core that I've got there ready. The end with the leg, just there. I'll stay here so you can see what I'm doing. All I'm going to do is I'm going to grab it and I'm just going to pull a bit. Like that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to, this doesn't have to be perfect, this end, it's just for mounting, so I'm just going to pop that in there, that little space just there, and then I'm just going to do a few wraps just there like that. So I'm obviously going to need some sort of pinch. It's going to be slightly more than what I need. Like I say, this is slightly wider than a 3-core Alien, but I've done my D-core still off a 26 gauge, so there's going to be slightly more of a stretch in this, but we'll see how we go. So I'm just going to grab it just here and then pull, get a nice little stretch going, keeping it in between my index finger and everything, and just establishing how much of a pinch I need. So this can go wrong very, very quickly, which it just did there. And it's going wrong there, as you can see. So let me give this a bit more of a stretch. And then start again. Hence why I always like extra wire and stuff. So once you get your pinch correct, which I can't seem to get, yeah, I'm screwing up my pinch. So let's be persistent and carry on. Like I say, it's the only time of the build that you cannot correct. Yeah, this is not working. Just trying to get my pinch right. Or will it work if I do it like that? Which it won't. So I'm trying to get my pinch right and it's not working. So I'm just going to stop there, guys. I'm going to have to do a bit of a stretch on here. Just let me just check this. Yeah, it's easier me doing it this opposite way than what I'm doing, the non-stretch. So I'm just going to unravel this very, very carefully. and just undo that, and then more or less start again. I am going to stretch this wire, or I'm going to pre-stretch it, just so it works out for me. I can't seem to do Fralians the non-stretch way. It'd probably work a little bit better if I had a bigger wire. And I know that sounds stupid. I'm going to pre-stretch it just to be on the safe side. So you guys have seen me pre-stretch wire before. I'm just anchoring it down to where my swivels are with a clip. And I'm just holding it one end and giving it a stretch. And hopefully I haven't overstretched there. So as you can see there, guys, I have done a stretch and not a non-pull. So hopefully this will work a little bit better for me. So I'm just going to cut the end off because I'm going to thread it under my chair, making sure I'm not snagging anything. And just being very careful because I've got carpet, so I want to make sure that it's not catching on anything or snagging on anything, which is all right. So again, I'm just going to attach my pre-stretched wire again, and then we'll go from there, guys. So I'm just going to attach this bit of wire just here. Make sure my drill's going in the correct way. Right. So yeah, for some reason I can't do this the non-stretch way. So same as any other alien wire, just go slightly ahead of the game. There is more of a longer stretch on this, so your angle doesn't have to be so much pointed. But yeah, that's looking a lot better now. So all I'm going to do is very carefully just slide my keyring over, get that wrap situated, keeping my pinch nice. And consistent. Also keeping an eye on the wire that's feeding up. I don't want that snagging in any way. So there, I'm just going to adjust my hand a bit. So as I've said on other things, I like it so it's facing me, so I can see what my angle is. Get that going again. Keeping the pinch consistent, don't let go of that pinch. So I'm sorry if I can't see the comments, guys. So again, just very carefully slide that over, keeping everything nice and consistent. So I'm going slow, I'm not going fast. Going fast doesn't make you a good builder. So take your time. So once I get going and situated, keeping that pinch nice. Keeping slightly ahead of the game. That's looking good. Making sure no wire is snagging. Move that across again. Readjust my hand. And then once you get that going, you should be good. Making sure everything's not snagging in any way, which it isn't. Move that across. I'm sorry if I go out of camera, guys. I will try and readjust if need be. Get those wraps going again. Keeping it nice and consistent. So I'm also making sure that this wire is not snagging at the feed up. Get that first couple of wraps slowly moving. Like I say, keeping that pinch between your index finger and thumb consistent. And then stop. And then again, I'm just checking my wire feeding up, that it's not snagging, or get that going again. And just slowly get going. Like I say, no rush. So I am gonna just move you over a bit, readjust my camera. There we are. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor. Yeah, I'm on a second build because that first build just went completely to plan. So because I didn't want to end the stream that early, another build was suggested. So, or I suggested another build and people said go for it. So that's what I'm doing. I'm doing another build. Still trying to think what I'm going to be building on. But soon find out. So as you can see at this side, it's a bit jagged and everything, but as I move that keyring along, it straightens out all that wire and gets it all ready. Oh, nice one. And I just messed up there. Hopefully that's not going to, it'll give me enough for 2 coils, I'm hoping. So as you can see, I did make a mistake. There's nothing you can do about it, I'm afraid. You just got to carry on and hope that it stays consistent. So that little mistake there, I probably adjusted my pinch slightly, hence why it's done that. And hopefully this will give me enough for a couple of coils at least. Move this across a bit. I'm going to adjust my position a bit. Get going again. I am sort of getting to the end of my D course slightly. It is getting there, so hopefully, like I say, I've got enough for 2 coils here with that little mess up just there. So I'm going to do a couple of wraps just to get going again. Alright. Sorry guys. Let me get you over this way. So I am more or less at the end of my decor as well here. So I'm hoping, if anything, that's not going to be too much of a problem if I'm vaping it. But hopefully I've got enough here to make 2 coils at least anyway. So I'm just going to move that over. I'm going to readjust my hand so it's closer. And hopefully I'm not going to get any issues. So there we are. I'm just going to pull that over a bit more just so it gives me a bit more room here because I am going to need to be slightly closer. There we are. So let me give just a quick measure because I know roughly how many centimeters will make a coil. Yeah. So that middle bit's going to cause an issue, but it's me vaping it, so it's just something I'm going to have to deal with. But yeah, there we are. So in total, I have enough. More or less, yeah, more or less enough. So there is a mistake just there. There's nothing I can do about that. It is me that's vaping it. So there's a little mistake. There's going to be a mistake there. So I have just gone in with my nylon pliers just to flatten that mistake out like that. But there is going to be a mistake there. Like I say, guys, it doesn't always work out perfect. It's just a rule of building. Try and keep up with chat. Just wiping my brow, guys, if you think the mic's gone a bit weird. Like I say, it's still boiling hot here where I am in Yorkshire. There we are. As the sun goes down, game of it, yeah, it's like I just said, it's still very warm here. So I'm just going to rehydrate. And have a quick vape on the Emperor. I've said it right this time. And a little cheeky vape on the previous build of today. That juice definitely tastes a lot better in a series build. Definitely. Right, let's get this down and I'll get you a nice close-up of it. Now, can I do this by hand, this last bit? So, just slightly. Just to lock it off. So I'm going to lock that off. I'm just going to chop it about there. Take that off so I don't lose it. And there. So there we have, guys. We have Fralian. Let me just take this autofocus off. Come on, Henry. So there we have a Fralian, a 6-ply Fralian in there. Nice piece just there. Right, I'm trying to think now what to put it on. What can I put it on? So let me move my swivels out the way. Detach my drill and everything. Right. Just move stuff out the way. And that's more or less it, guys. So let me just put some stuff away. Just make it a bit more tidier. And then we'll get a nice little close-up, if we can, of this wire. If Henry is going to play ball, come on, Henry. Am I on the right setting here? Let me just check if I'm on the right. Oh, yeah, I'm on the right setting. There we are. So that's more or less it. With that mistake just there. Oh, there we are. Better view of it there. So with that mistake just there, that there's nothing I can do about. I'm just gonna have to see how it goes. Let me just quickly measure again how much I've got. So I've got about 8.5, which should be good for 2 coils, I'm hoping. So I'm just gonna have a quick think of what I'm gonna put it on. I'm just trying to think now what I can put it on. You want me to put it on an RTA gaming vapor? Let's have a look. RTA. Have a quick looky behind me. That's not an RTA. That's not an RTA. That is, but not. Can't put a coil on that one. Okay. Let's go with. Yeah, let's go with this one then. Let's. Oh no, that's not a thingy, is it? RTA. Watch RTA. Shall I put it on? I've done that. It's not going to fit on that one. It's not going to fit on that one. Okay, we'll put it on that one. Right, so obviously it's not a series build, and I think I have built this before, but the Dead Rabbit RTA. Just trying to think now, is there something better I can put this on that I haven't featured in this video before or in my lives before? Because I think I have built this one, the Dead Rabbit, but it was a series build. Right. Yes, I do actually have a blotto. I do actually have a blotto. Yes, I do have a blotto gaming vapor. Are you thinking dual coil or single coil? I might need to go give it a quick rinse because it did have a build in there before. But yeah, I do have a blotto right here. Oh, right, so this coil that I did have in here, a dual coil on the blotto, right. I'm saying let me check. I think it will fit because this coil did fit in here. So let's have a look. So this is what was in here. Was that exotic build that I tried out. Let me see if I can find a picture of this coil that's in here. I think I still do have it. No, it's not that one. It wasn't that one. Just looking through my thingies, guys. Oh, there we are. Let me add that. There we are. So this is the coil that I got in this, or what's in this one now. So this one I did a few weeks back. It wasn't perfect, but it's basically a staggered in the middle, staggered in the middle, then framed with 3 pieces of ribbon on each side of that, and then framed again with staggered as well. So that was what was basically what's in here. So that's basically what's in there now. So let me get this out here. I don't know what it's gonna ohm out to, but I think these work better with a 2.5mm coil. Or it's going to be very, very tight with 2-3mm coils in there. So shall I do 3mm or 2.5mm? I'll let you guys choose. And this was a good coil, by the way. But like I say, a bit of a fucker to build, to be fair. Should be good. Yeah, that should be good. There, like that. So let me open these post holes. And we'll get a dual 2.5mm coil on there. So that's out, that's out, that's out. Right. So 2.5mm. Let me get my jig sorted. 2.5mm should be there. Yeah, 2.5mm. So 2.5mm. So there is the coil just there like that. There is that mistake, so there will be a mistake in there unless I'm lucky and I get what I need before that mistake just there, but I will try. So I think with Fralian, you Oh, so you have more of a, just like a normal alien, you have more of a ridge on one side. So sort of like a curve on the inside than the other. So the bit that's got the slight curve in it, you want facing upwards. And the more flatter part, you want hitting the inside of the coil. So let me just zoom you out because I don't want you in too close while I'm doing this. Stop the camera from shaking. So I'll zoom you in. But camera's not that close. So there is that mistake there. 2.5 millimeters. So I'm going to head for a 5 or a 6 wrap. So obviously place your coil on there. So it's got ribbon in the center. Now, if you don't understand ribbon doesn't sit flat like that on top of each other in the coil. It sits sideways, it's stacked sideways. So when you're wrapping your coil around your jig, you want to go very, very slowly and take your time, because you don't want to wrap it too quick and then those ribbon wire collapse or distort in the center or break your outside wrap and come apart. So take your time, wrap it slowly, give it time. Give it time to wrap around the jig. And like I say, if I'm lucky, I might miss that mistake. So your first wrap is always your most awkwardest wrap. So make sure it's nice and tight. Overlap if you have to. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. So you want to almost lean into it, into the other wrap. And, well, not that much lean into the other wrap, but yeah, lean. And there we are. So let me just check for space in here. So that's more or less perfect there. And that mistake is part of one of the legs. So that's just worked out perfect. So there we are. So with my cutters, I'm just going to cut that level with that very carefully. So that's 1 coil, 5 wraps. Where did that other piece go now? Fly off. So at least we got rid of that mistake anyway. So let's carry on. Slightly curvier part on the top. And we'll go in for a round 2. So like I say, very careful. It's ribbon wire. First wrap's always your awkwardest wrap. So make sure your first wrap is nice and tight. Wrap number 2, almost going in or overlapping slightly on the other wrap. Sorry if I'm missing any chat. Just give us a second and I'll be with you very, very soon. So that's the second one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is perfect. And normally I'd save that piece, but I haven't got anything that's going to work in there. So that's both the coils, guys. The second build of tonight. So it's been quite fun tonight, to be fair. There's been mistakes, just to show that even people that build, they do make mistakes. No. I need to zoom you out. Not a problem, Gaming Vapor, not a problem. So, come on. So, there we are, guys. We've got a couple of Fralians there. I appreciate that, Frankie. So, a couple of Fralians just there. 6-ply, I can't talk. 6-ply aliens, 0.4 ribbon wire, 26 gauge frames wrapped in 36 gauge. So, yeah. Came out nice and avoided that mistake that I made as well, which is one of the legs, and that'll get cut short. So appreciate that, guys. Thanks, Gaming Vapor. Thanks, Dion. Thanks, Frankie. I appreciate the love. It's what I like to do. And like I say, not many people build their coils now, so I'm hoping that's what makes my content just a little bit better. They actually make the coils, or people see what goes into how to make coils, or learn how to make coils, so forth and so forth. Right, let's get this mounted in here. Let me get this situated. So once I zoom in, so I want to be around about there. Yeah, I'd probably have to agree with you there, Gaming Vapor. Since I've started experimenting more on Fralians and Stags, yeah, they've just got good flavour in them all. So can't really complain about the flavour in them, and I do find them a lot better than aliens and stuff, even though aliens are nice, which I do currently have available on set for sale now. Just your normal everyday aliens. 3-core 26 wrapped in 36 gauge. So like I say, if you're interested in buying some coils, I do have them ready to go. So I have cut these down to a 5mm just to see how it goes. I think it needs smaller legs, or shorter legs for this RTA. So yeah, I'm going to go down to 4. So I'm just going to pop that in there. And then just chop that. So watch your eyes. Not that it's going to come flying through the camera, but yeah, just watch your eyes. So yeah, 4mm. I think 4mm is where I normally at with this RTA. There we are. Perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. And then with a bit of manipulation as well, should be good. So I'm definitely in camera view, even though you can't see the coil. 8 straight screws or flathead screws. Just don't agree with them. So I'm going to get in there. As you notice, I didn't make the legs parallel. I could have done that. I'm just used to just getting them in and manipulating them into place. So all I'm going to do there is I'm just going to basically move it out the way. So I'm going to I've just lost a screw out of there. Where did that screw go? Right, Faz. What happened to that screw? Not what you want to happen when you're putting a coil on there. And I found it just there. Right, where did that come out of? That came out of that post hole. So it looks like I undid that screw just a little bit too much than what I needed it. I need to make sure that's in straight as well. So yeah, thank God for that. There we are. So the other screw, I found the other screw. So let me get this cut down again. So 4mm is where I want my legs. Legs of my coils, not my actual legs. There we are. They went flying, but it's just how it goes. Oh, that's brilliant, Frankie. Where are we? Where are we? I appreciate that, Tim. Right, what am I missing here? So you did 10 calls. That sounds really, really good. Can never have too many batteries, Tim. I think, do you know, for me, Tim, if you look after your batteries, they can last for ages. I've had batteries back in the day that I'd had for a good 6 years before I updated them. But I think for me, I think it's all about looking after your batteries as well. Plays a part. So I just want to pull these out just a bit more. I'm glad I didn't do 3mm now, because I probably would have struggled getting the coils in there. So let me get these situated and slightly clamped down. Clamp down on that. Clamp down on that. So now that I've got those post holes down, yeah, that's what I tended to do, Tim. If they were old, I'd only use them in regulated, and get fresh ones for stuff like my mechs and stuff. I don't compromise when it comes to my mechs, especially because there's no safety there. I always make sure that I've got good batteries in there. So now that I've got this in place and I can manipulate it a little bit. So there we are. I can get that a little bit closer there. Turn that. Yeah, that's looking good. So there we are, nicely situated there. 2.5 millimeters. Definitely. Always make sure those wraps are good. Right. So I just want to quickly just screw this off so I can zero out my mod. That is true, Tim. Mechs only sound scary. As long as you do your research and stuff, you can... Okay. Right, check atomizer. Telling me to check atomizer. Let's try again. Is this a new coil? Yes. It's coming out at 0, 0. That can't be right. Just making sure nothing's touching where it shouldn't be touching. There's no leads in there. The only problem with the Sunday gaming vapor is I spend the day with my father, hence why I don't stream on that day. Okay, my 510 was a bit loose, so that's what I'm thinking on. I try and be consistent with 1 week. So this was working perfectly fine before. And now it's not. I'm just trying to make sure nothing's touching where it shouldn't be touching, which it isn't. I'm wondering, is it too low? Is this a new coil? No. I don't think it would be too low. I think it would be low, but not too low. Right, so let me just see what happens when I take one coil out. Just going to see if I get a reading with one coil. So, yeah. Is this a new coil? Yes. Oh. So it is saying it's a 0.7 or a 007 with a single coil. So it's probably not registering. So I'm going to have to fire one coil at a time. Yeah. That's exactly what I've just thinking, Tim. Yeah, I'm going to burn one coil at a time, get that resistance up, take the coil out, put the other one in, burn that one up, and then put them back in together and see what we're doing. If that's a 007 for one coil, then that's not registering at all with the dual coil. So like Tim said, burn one coil up, get that resistance up, burn another coil, get that resistance up, and then hopefully I'll get a resistance I can fire at. Right. So this is a new coil. I am going to start burning it at 30 watts. So let's get this going, guys. So I'm going to turn it this way just so I can see it a lot better. So let's introduce some heat. So because it's also ribbon wire as well, you want to introduce your heat extremely slow. Give that ribbon wire time to heat up nicely. Use your coiling rod if need be to sort out those hot spots on the inside. Get some colour on there, which is working nicely. Yeah, probably need a DNA, but probably this is actually proper old school having to do this. But back in the day, we would burn coils on a mech, which is very naughty. But back then we had ohm devices that you could put your coil on. But back in the day, we didn't really use regulated devices all the time to burn the coil on, as long as the resistance was good. We used to put them straight on the mat. So I'm just going to bump up the wattage a bit to 40 watts. Give it a little strum. Get that heating up nice. You have to get a DNA for this reason, right? Well, that's not looking too bad. That seems to be heating up nicely from the inside. Give that a little poke in there. Yeah, that's looking nice, that coil. Perfect. So I'm just gonna blow that to cool it down. I'm going to release this coil now. Just going to pull that coil out. That's fine. So I'm just going to pop this other coil in now and get it going. So the Blotto is a nice RTA, but also can be a bit fiddly to build on because you with a bit of restricted space in there. So that is in there. Right guys, can you hear me? I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Thanks guys. Thanks for staying. Yeah, my phone did this earlier where it froze up. Oh, it didn't froze up, it was too hot. And I'm using my phone as my camera. It's an iPhone. So yeah, it happened earlier on. So I appreciate you all jumping back in. I appreciate it. So where were we before we were so rudely interrupted by the camera? So yeah, 006, not going to be firing it at that wattage. So again, I'm going to start low and then carry on. I appreciate you all coming back in. So yeah, hopefully it won't go off. If it goes off again, just bear with me. I'll just give it a minute or two to cool down and then jump back in. So I appreciate you guys. Right, let's get this fired up and see how we're doing. Yes, it has. It's good. It's really good. Yeah, I think once more people discover me and realize what I'm doing. Right, once again, guys, I am back. So hopefully, guys, you can hear me again. I've had to just disconnect my charger for a second, just so it just stops the heat multiplying on my phone. Just need to make sure a couple of settings are still going. Hopefully you can still hear me and stuff like that. Mic is still going. Appreciate you all. Hopefully my battery will last, which it should do for the rest of this stream. Anyway, let's get on with it before my phone has another fit because of the weather. Come on. There we are. Hopefully that's a bit better. There we are. Like I said, let's get on with it. Let's get some heat introduced into this coil. So about 25 watts is what I've started it at. And that seems to be firing up nicely straight away. Without any issues. Just give it a strum. Thanks for coming back in, guys. I think because my phone was attached to my charger as well, that was creating a lot of heat. So hopefully not going to have any issues anytime soon. So I'm just slowly introducing heat again. Just trying to bring that resistance up. Take your time. It is ribbon wire. And that looks perfect. So I'm just going to blow that. I'm not going to move that coil. I'm just going to zero out my mod. That's perfect. And then I'm just going to quickly install this other coil and see where we're sitting at. So leave these screws out just a little bit more. Perfect. And again, let's get this coil in here and situated nice and flat. Get this. One of the reasons why I hate flathead screws. Many times I have slipped and ended up cutting my finger. Probably wouldn't be so bad if they were at least deep cut, so when you put your flathead in, you're good to go. Right, so let's check that. So that should be more or less alright. Straighten that up just a tiny bit. So we're good. Go down and make sure all these are nice and tight. There we are. So again, just going to cancel out my mod. Hopefully I've brought up that resistance enough. Yes. So 006 for the two. I am going to heat them up together, see if that rises a little bit. But I'm definitely not going to fire it at that wattage. So start off about 30 watts, I think. And let's try again. Let's see if we can get these glowing nicely. Needs a lot more power than that. 40 watts. And they're not doing bad at all. Let's give it a little bit more power, 50 watts. So there is a little hot spot, this one. Yeah. So different people like to pinch, pull, and tug. I like to do all of that, as you can see, all in one seating. There we are. They're looking nice and good. Seems to be heating up nice and evenly. Let's go up to 60 watts. Boom, boom, boom. They're looking good. Yeah, they're heating up nice and evenly. Let's bump up that wattage. Let's go up to 80 watts. Yeah, that's looking good. Let's go up to 100 watts. Yeah, they're looking nice and sweet. So again, I'm just going to let that cool off. Zero out my mod. So there, the coils just there. There we are. That's the coils all set up. Give that a couple of seconds just to cool down. Just keeping the battery percentage, that's fine. Have a little vape. Hopefully that's cooled them down, which it has. Let's have a look at a final resistance on this bad boy. So they've come out at a 007 in resistance. I am just going to turn it down. So let's get this wicked up with some cotton. So I have two pieces here. I'm just going to stretch them out. This should be enough for the coils that I want. I've got another piece in there similar. I'm just going to start at this end and just tug on those fibers. This does actually help. Just helps with that wicking. Agitate those fibers by pulling and making it nice and thin. There we are. And again, when I roll it up, I just want to be rolling up on the outside. I want to leave the inside where it's going to sit in the coil nice and fluffy. So I try not to hit the middle part, this part here, just the corner parts. So let's thread this. Thread this through. That's perfect. Nice amount of resistance in there. So it's not too tight. As you can see, there is movement in there, but that should be good. And I do have another piece here, similar, and I'm just going to do the same with that. I'm just going to stretch it out, pull those fibers. And I'm just going to swing it round and flip those fibers on this side. And again, just pulling it nicely, agitating those fibers. It does actually help with the wicking just by doing that. That's perfect. And then again, just roll it up like that. Try not to touch the center, because obviously I want that to be nice and fluffy. Come on, there we are. So pull that through nicely like that. Perfect. Yeah, basically causes a straw effect. So Gaming Vapor here in the UK, we are currently on 1:15 in the morning, so AM. So 1:15 AM is what it is here in the UK. So I am going to thin this cotton out. Just so you don't want those wicking ports overwhelmed with cotton. So I'm just going to comb that out, thin it up a bit. Like I say, you don't want those wicking channels too heavy with cotton. So to begin with, I'm just going to cut it flush with the deck, slightly over, then test out the length and the room, and then if I need to thin it out a little bit more, I will do. Get rid of any stragglers there, and then I'm just going to pop it in that wicking port just there. So yeah, that's perfect. That it's not too packed out, and it is hitting the bottom just there like that, which is not too bad. In fact, I will trim it down just slightly. So I did cut to the end of the deck, but I did lean forward a bit. There we are. So it's not fully packed. There is space in there, and you want that for wicking purposes. You definitely want that. You don't want it too packed or overpacked in those juice ports. You want it to wick nicely. And then again, just flop that in there And same on this side. It's not too heavy with the cotton. It's nice and light and fluffy still, like that. But still hanging down those juice portholes. I tend to go to bed early if I'm not working or doing anything in my room. Otherwise, yeah, it can easily go past midnight if I'm doing stuff or I start doing something and I lose time or I forget what the time it is. I can think only an hour's passed and a couple of hours have passed. So that's all wicked up. Juice. So I'll put my G14 classified juice on there, which is a custard-based juice. Bit of dessert juice I'll put in this. So gonna start those wicks off. One of the reasons why Muji cotton is one of my favorites cottons, because it is super absorbent. There we are. And then I'm just going to, am I in camera? Yes, I am. Just going to drop some juice on those coils, give it a little pulse. And again, just to add some juice, give it a little pulse. Just to draw in that juice. Is basically what I'm doing here. And that's perfect. Can you hear me now? Has the sound come back? Just my first mic has run out. Is that better for you, Lee? Can you guys hear me now? Has it connected and stuff like that? There we are. So that mic hasn't done bad. It's done a lot better than what my previous mics used to do. And we're back. So anyway, like I was saying, this is showing a 0.1, so I don't know if that's just like that because so I am gonna bump this up to 85 watts. So that is nice, but that definitely needs more power. So we'll take it to 100 watts. That's a bit better. Excuse me. So let me just give this a quick wipe, and I'm just gonna syringe this liquid. It saves me messing about. That, whack that in. Get the top on. That's perfect. So let me just quickly tidy up again, and then I'll get you onto FaceTime and we'll talk about this build. So second build of the night. Even though there was a mistake, it was saved by the leg. So yeah, happy with that so far. We've had a lot of ups and downs in this one with the bloody camera. So see how that goes. Let me take these off. So boom. And we're back, guys. So let me just quick on my thingy. That's good. That's fine. Everything's good as far as I know. It's a bit better. There we are. So the Blotto with the Cooper Primus with some Fralians on there. No leaking. Oh wow. Flavor is absolutely banging on that. Hell yes. So dessert flavor in that, going well. No leaking, so got the wicking just perfect. Fralians are an amazing coil to vape, as well as Stags. So I'm just going to quickly turn off my mic because I need to blow my nose and nobody needs to hear that. And I'm back, guys. Right. So we have the Noisy Cricket with the Twisted Messes, a 2-core Alien, 28 gauge wrapped in 38 gauge in this. Banging flavor. I can't complain about the flavor on this. It's performing nice. Great RDA, great device. Kicking ass. And the blotto going with the silver matchy theme with the blotto. So you might notice that this blotto's got a black chimney. So originally this was a black and pink, black coated with pink splatter on it, but it eventually came off. So I took it off. So it's now silver and black. So on with that, nice little contrast with the drip tip and everything. Flavour's absolutely pungent on that. Hitting hard, flavour's good, vape is good. Can't complain. So that's your two builds for today, guys. 2 for 1. Which I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting the first one to go as well, but it did. But yeah, both two very nice setup, old school setups. Still kicking ass today because I still use them. Can't beat a series, mate. Banging flavour. Can't complain, and it's wicking good as well. Great, and that's at 100 watts as well. So yeah, guys, what else can I say, guys? So if you like the content, don't forget to like and subscribe. That helps the channel out very well, and very much so. Keeps it out there. So don't forget to like, subscribe if you haven't already. Social medias are in the description of this post. Also buy me a coffee if you wish to do so. There is a link pinned to the comments to the Faz's Coils WhatsApp group. Join that. You can contact me for coils or make to order coils. If not, and you're not buying coils straight away, still join the group, because you get to see what I'm doing behind the scenes that won't necessarily get posted on social media. You can share your builds and stuff if you're building and stuff, and I'll show them on my live. You can do that there. Nice fun place to chat. If you have any questions about coils or me making you some coils, you can ask if you want a particular variant, ID diameter, so forth and so forth. I will be slowly adding coils to the menu. I've got some normal 3-core Aliens 2636 gauge 5 wrap 3mm ID ready to go, which are, where are we? Which are here, ready to go, guys, ready to ship if you want to. £6.50 a set. And that's it. I will be adding more because I'm just starting. I'm starting on some MTL 2-core Aliens, so keep an eye on that, and I will be adding stuff as I go along. And what else can I say, guys? I'm here every Tuesday. I'm a coil builder. I actually build my coils, not install coils. Here every Tuesday, 8 p.m. UK time. If you're subscribed, you'll get notified. Like I say, follow me on social media. I also post on there when I'm going live as well as me posting on the Faz's Coil group as well. So behind the scenes on that, what I'm doing during the day, if I'm doing anything during the day, and also you'll get updates on that group before it'll hit social media, and some won't hit social media at all. So yeah, I'll leave it there, guys. 2 builds. I hope you enjoyed the content. I hope you learned something if you're making coils yourself. If not, and you're just curious what goes into it, I hope that's helped as well. If you do want coils, get me on that WhatsApp group and can go for there. If not, it's a nice chill out spot as well, and so forth and so forth. 2-core Alien 28 gauge series build in there, 0.35, 0.1ish or 007, depending on what mod you put it on. On this one, it's 1 ohm. Excuse me, and I'll leave it there and stop waffling on. A cloud from this. Banging flavour off the Fralian dual core series. Excellent, guys. Right, I'll leave it there. I won't waffle on a bit. I hope you enjoyed the content. It's been a good live today. You got 2 coil builds out of it. I've got a couple of clicks before I end the live stream. So if you're on the replay crew as well, I will put a link to Faz's Coils group in the comments as well. Okay, so if you're getting the replay and you're wondering what this link is, also there. And also you can also contact me on social media and I'll send you a link as well. So thanks again, guys. As always, vape safe and look after people around you and stuff like that. Whole lot of jazz, and I will see you guys next week on the next one. Sergio, thanks for joining and subscribing, my brother. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed the content, and I'll see you guys next week on the next one. Love and respect, guys. Big love to you all. Thanks for joining, and I'll see you on the next one.